What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
streets, Sutek tried to line it up. And he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it over cuz. But niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even do. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. He is. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
So you heard that. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek want to know. So this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
Let's have fun. I love to tell Sutek, tell people. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Have him pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. You know? Right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, all right, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me? And I don't be
it ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
from Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, They tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian. Please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you. You's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karemio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find your
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
Feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.
Well. It is Father's Day, so peace and love to all the fathers out there in the YouTube and social media space. Those of you who are catching the replay and who will be entering in live. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, tell a friend. We are live and in the building this Father's Day on the afternoon. You know, we're not celebrated like the women. And it's cool, you know what I'm saying? Because we don't go through the birthing process of pushing out a child, even though we plant that seed. But you know, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? We take the back seat. We bust our ass 365 too, but we get the back seat. But anyway, man, peace to brother, not a coincidence. Keenan is in the building. Keenan, I be seeing you over there on Sean G YouTube channel. Keenan be over there on the FBA Sean G pseudo ass FBA crew channel over there listening to the Diddy trial. He even an admin over there. I said, look at Keenan with a whole yo, peace to Baasa in the building. We got Public Enemy in the building in the NO. We got people that haven't commented or said anything. Peace to you and those of you who will be joining us a little bit later. Keenan said, that's my folks. Sean G, the tax fraud lawyer. Went to the feds for tax fraud. What up, though? Willie in the building. Happy Father's Day to you. What are women at, man? You know what I'm saying? What are women at? Yo, so we continuing the whole Father's Day run today, and we're going to get into the actual founding father of the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Wild Indian, FBA, Black Native, Copper Color movement. He is the father of this movement and is due his I don't want to call it respect, but he is due to be remembered as such. So 40 or 50 years from now, or when we move on or transition from this world, and we're no longer a part of the reality of this world, I want the children's who come behind us to know where this thought of losing your identity and sense of self and purpose and dignity of your struggle, where it comes from. Kojo, what's good? Happy Father's Day. I want children to remember in which the direction of this ignorance comes from. And we're going to get into that today. I also have a treat. I always have a treat for everybody. I always have a treat. So in the description of the video, don't ask me for nothing. Whatever I show on the screen is in the description of the video. You're welcome. For those of you who like to have that work, you're welcome. That work is there for you to have. And I know it's a lot of people probably caught off guard by the bill because YouTube changed the settings. So now you have to go in your settings and YouTube and now get your notifications, or otherwise you won't be notified that there was a live show if you don't hit the little yes button when it asks you, or if you don't go in your settings and change that. And I know a lot of people just be clicking up off the little pop-up. But yeah, so when some people wondering why, you know, I ain't even know you was live, that's pretty much why. So it's indicative to us to like the show, share the show. And so people will probably see and they're just scrolling through and we pull up and pop up on in the algorithm. I think I did. Did I tag Caremio? Yeah, I did. Let's tag. Oh, no ducking. No smoke. Hold on 1 second. Before I share my screen, I need to fix something real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. But man, I hope everybody out there is having a good day. You know what I'm saying? For all the fathers out there, y'all doing y'all thing, man. I woke up latest. I ain't gonna care. I woke up super late, bro. I'm still yawning, and I've been up for a minute. I just, you know, man, I be getting up so early during the week. Hit that like button for your boy one time, man. If you ain't hit the like button, hit the like button for your boy, man. We finna get into this work. But I need to update something because yeah, I like to tag the culprit. Gotta tag the Furious, the father. And no, the father ain't Dan Calloway. The father is not Dan Calloway at all. It ain't Top Cats either. Nah, it ain't Top Cats. Slipping. All right, so let me see how we doing now. That name should come up blue. Yeah, there we go. All right. So I had to fix the tag, man, because that name was coming up black and not blue. And I ain't even trying to get into that. So before we start the show off, you know we got to recap our brother YK the Truth. He dropped another video about silly things Aboriginals say. And we need to get into that business. You know what I'm saying? And then we're going to get it going.
Oh no, is this like an in the pool party? Can't get in there. I need food.
Yeah, you know
Can't swim while I'm eating.
Bread.
Genius. Tiny bites. The chip will keep you dry.
That
felt mean and intentional.
When someone fails to pay their property taxes,
and now I ain't doing no YouTube premium.
On that
Don't
debt.
care nothing
You
about
can
no
buy that
YouTube
debt.
premium.
How you an Indian but look like Wesley Snipes? You ain't an Indian, more like a pretending. What's good? It's your brother YK the Truth, and welcome to another episode of Silly Things Pretendians Say. Let's play the video.
Like, yeah, so you have to know how to decipher through these things, even when you're reading definitions or reading these different books or whatever. So yeah. The slave trade is fake as it pertains to American Negroes. These people have never owned us. So
this man said the slave trade is fake. These people never owned us. The slave trade is fake. And these people never owned us. Who the fuck was working the plantations, bro? All the evidence of plantations, all the evidence of breeding stables, right? All these slave quarters all over the place. Who was doing the tobacco, the corn, and the cotton, bro? Like, we really, who was it? Who was the people? Who was it? If these people never owned us, then what the hell was it that we was doing? And by the way, you ain't even copper color. You black, bro. You strong black, bro. You so strong black. We see the African all over you, bro. You look like people straight off the continent, bro. Like, you ain't got an ounce of European. You might got like 10% European ancestry in you potentially, bro. Like, you straight up, you was African on African strong, bro. Like, for real. You one of them 86 to 93% genetic Central and West Africans.
Show me your slave papers. Show me.
So Supreme Thief Holiday, and I call you a thief because you're stealing other people's culture. So Supreme Thief asked for the papers that prove we were owned by people. So I present to you nobody other than Dulcinea. John Hodges is the people who owned her ancestors. The Fluellans are the people who owned her ancestors. Her Negro ancestors.
If y'all can help me understand, that'd be great. I can bring up the will as well if you need to see.
Yeah, your ancestors were left on a will because they were slaves. Negro slaves.
The will I'm talking about, but my family's on that will as Negroes being given away.
Dosey, sound like they might have been slaves. Dosey, sound like they might have been slaves. Dosey, sound like they might have been slaves.
Not only that, we got smoke signal people that prove he was owned by the Chickasaw. He has freedman paperwork.
Hey, I don't care. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if she is white. She's still enslaved your people, and we got the records.
Well, my people was enslaved by Indians, brother. That's an old white lady. Well, my people was enslaved by Indians, brother. That's an old white lady.
Now you see something. Now you see now. You done fucked up, you know that, don't you? I see what I'm saying. I thought that's what I'm saying. That you're not fucked up now. You know that, don't you?
Last I checked, Indians are not European, my nigga.
So wait, y'all heard him, right? So now,
last time I checked, Indians are not European, brother. So yeah, we got to. This got to be cleaned up, my nigga.
Smoke signal. You just said your people.
That is not the real Tatalaki.
So his peoples were owned by the Chickasaw. We got OTK paperwork that shows his peoples were on those wills. Morris Pickney, Affy. Nobody expected to find West African. This is how I know you guys are not doing your genealogy. OTK didn't even know who Affy was. He didn't even know who his ancestor was. Now, OTK is going to say, well, how come you're able to find my African, or how come NAC is able to find his African, but y'all can't find your African? But guess what? NAC found his African, and I found my Africans as well.
It all started in 1995.
We gotta go, Bob.
And Renewal by Anderson wants to celebrate with you. Save $19.95 off windows.
This is genealogical evidence that my people come from Africa. And then when you look at my DNA, it shows that my people come from West Africa. So for y'all to sit here and act like DNA testing is a hoax and DNA testing don't work, you're a liar. And you're looking for feel-good information. You want to feel good. You want to feel like you don't come from slaves. You want to feel like you was already it. But it's all in your head, okay? It's all in your mind. It's just your imagination running again.
Show me you coming from Africa. You know what I'm saying? What they'll do, they'll go back so far in their genealogy. Mm-hmm. That's just tracing your paperwork, which is just one reference. You know what I'm saying? You're referencing.
That's one reference that shows you're not from here. Then you use DNA that shows you're not from here. Then you look at the definitions of these words: Negro, black, colored. And it shows you're not from here. So what makes you think you're from here? This is common sense.
Cross-referencing. Yeah, but then that.
And they know, you could tell he looking down. No, he just making this shit up. You know it. Look how he looking down like where I'm going to get my next live from.
Yeah, but then that swab their cheek and say they from Ghana somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nah,
Look, watch.
cheek and say
Watch how he look down.
Yeah, but then that swab their cheek and say they from Ghana somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nah.
Yeah, so if you're not from Ghana somewhere, why are you matching those people from Ghana? Why you're not matching the indigenous people in America if you're from America? Make it make sense. Your DNA shouldn't match those people if you're not genetically related to them. If you don't have the same common ancestor, why are you matching their DNA? See, you guys run from DNA because you know DNA shows you're not an Aboriginal. Look at Ling Ling, right? Ling Ling took a DNA test, and not only did he find his African ancestry, he found his Chinese ancestry. So what? They was lying about the Chinese ancestry too? Checkmate.
The grip 23andMe. Like yeah, 23andMe, which is all fake. And
everything is fake. Everything is denialism. DNA is fake. You guys are like flat earthers. NASA lying to us. You know, every conspiracy got a boogeyman. All right? NASA lied to us about the earth being flat. Right? The white man lied to us and told us we was African to take the land that they already own. Like, you guys need a boogeyman. And you need to seek help. You abos need to seek help.
How'd that work out? Yeah, man, I just think
look, he got to think about his next lie.
The psychological warfare that's being waged against our people is real. It needs to be addressed. You know what I mean? And it's like we have to wait to.
The one thing that I agree with him with is the psychological warfare against our people has been waged. And we got to stand up and do what it is. The problem is he's a part of the problem. He is the one that is running around here confusing the fuck out of the identity of Black people in America. Him, all his cronies, Tariq Nasheed, all of them other motherfuckers, and we finna get to it.
Do somebody else outside of us address it? No, we have to address it as far as, you know, putting pressure.
Remember this. Remember what he said right here. I'm going to run it back. I need y'all to remember what he said right here. I'm going to go back, listen to who he say needs to address it. And what first he going to say what the problem is and then who needs to address it. Listen to this. I'm finna show you the hypocrisy in this Negro.
You know what I mean? And it's like we have to wait to somebody else outside of us address it. No, we have to address it as far as, you know, putting pressure on these.
Who is Kareemio? He ain't us. He ain't one of us. Who is Kareemio? You see the hypocrisy? Who is Kareemio? What is Kareemio doing? He's the father of your whole movement. You Negroes hopped on his dick and started riding that bitch since 2015, 16. And then Dane try to sauce it up and come with his own angle on some whole little let's just deny, flip the script type shit.
To somebody else outside of us address it. No, we have to address it as far as, you know, putting pressure on these people for miseducating us.
Right.
So let me get this right. The same grandma who told you you was an Indian, right? Also told you you was an African too. Let's make this conspiracy theory make sense. If grandma told you you was an Indian, who else told you you was an African? Huh? If grandma said you was an Indian, maybe grandma was the one miseducating you. All right? The person who told you you was a Blackfoot, and Blackfoot is from Montana somewhere. The same person who told you you was a Cherokee, and your peoples never lived near Cherokees. So maybe you need to blame grandma for miseducating you. That's who you need to be mad at, because she should have never told you that shit. She should have never told you, oh, so-and-so and so-and-so got long, pretty hair. They must have been Indians. Or so-and-so and so-and-so had high cheekbones. They must have been Indians. You need to blame your grandmother for lying to you, because everybody else know where you come from. The DNA knows where you come from. The archaeology knows where you come from. The history, this slave voyages knows where you come from. But the only one that's stuck on stupid is you, abos, because everybody else know who you are. You guys are delusional. Delusional.
I don't think that we need them to teach us who we are. But if we're having as a collective, right, we got root stories and,
Now, everybody talk about root stories, right? I don't want to hear shit about roots anymore. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm related to somebody. This is my cousin Charles, right? My cousin Charles was a former U.S. Justice Department civil rights attorney, right? Charles was one of the few African-American students in a predominantly white Michigan public school at the time. He was in the 5th grade, and it was the turbulent 1960s before Alex Haley in Roots and a growing community to accurately teach African-American history in schools. Charles went home and asked his mother the question put forth to him and other students by their teacher. We are just American Negroes, his mother told him. We came here as slaves from Africa. Okay? So this is before Roots. And if you think that I'm lying and I'm not genetically related to Charles, we've messaged each other on Ancestry. For the people who think that I'm just making this up, now, this is on Ancestry. He said, yes, Tempe Reed is my second great grandmother. She was a mixed race person, first enslaved by the widow Magdalene Danzler Holman, and then by Magdalene's son Joseph Holman at Blackfield, South Carolina. Tempe had at least 2 sisters. Tempe's first marriage was to Andrew Reed, who was enslaved by the white Reed family. They also enslaved Tempe's father, Richard Dick Reed. Now, Richard Reed, right, is my 4th great grandfather. All right? My 4th great grandfather. And guess where it says his mother and father was born? In Africa. All right? But I have no indications that Andrew and Richard Reed were related. Enslaved people just often took the surnames of those who enslaved them. Tempe's mother was Nancy Holman, who had been enslaved by John and Magdalene Holman, and then by their son, Joseph Holman. Tempe was a widow and married again to Mr. Montgomery after he died. She went to live with her daughter, Nancy Della Reed. She died there in 1910. Let me know if you want more info, cousin John, Charles. All right. So this is my cousin. All right. Charles Holman. So no, I'm not making it up. Whose mother told them that they came from Africa, right? Before roots ever existed. All right. But the difference between them and you is that we make our grandmother right. We prove our grandmother right. We go and get the genealogy. We go and get the DNA that backs up what our grandmother say. You niggas is still stuck on grandma said. You stuck on the first step. But I don't want to hear this roots thing anymore.
You know, all these different things that has been prevalent in our community.
And then they say the dumbest things, man. Like before Kunta Kinte, before Roots, this stuff was heavily documented. Massive information about the slave trade. What are you, slow? It's documented all over the world before Roots, before Kunta Kinte. We got information that proves this. You guys are sick, man.
Now it's not. Like the streets been talking, man. So that's what I said. Now, man, people are talking about being from here, whether you believe that, you know, you're from here and at any capacity, whether you call yourself a Native American.
We're not American Indian. We're not Native American. Some of us have Native American ancestry. Some of us, a small percentage of us, but that don't mean we're predominantly American Indian. You look like Wesley Snipes. So I know damn well you're not an American Indian. You look like Wesley Snipes with dreads, bro. And Wesley Snipes traced his African ancestry. So you need to wake up, bro. You do not look like no American Indian. You look like a West African. Everybody in the comment section, am I lying? Doesn't this brother look like Wesley Snipes with dreads? It's always the darkest ones that think they're American Indian. OTK, darker than me. Smoke signal, you name it. And they think that they American Indian. Welcome to another episode of Silly Things Pretendians Say. With that being said, it's your brother YK The Truth, and I'm out. Peace.
All right, so let's get to the show today. Peace, melanated. All right, so we want to commemorate this day as the Aboriginal Father's Day. On the screen, you have the #1 leader of that community. Now, you just heard from Queef Holiday in his whole diatribe where he said that don't nobody else need to be telling the story but them. But this is where all the information comes from. Kareemio. Every step of the way, Kareemio. From SoundCloud to Twitch to Instagram to YouTube. Every inch of the bullshit comes from Kareemio. He is the fearless leader of the whole shit show. You go all the way back to its inception when you first start hearing people kicking the shit. It is Kareemio on these different platforms talking about Black people being indigenous to the Americas. He infiltrates with this whole copper color and different analogies, these images that he pseudo doctors up and tries to say certain shit. The whole Alex Haley's roots comes from Caremio. You just heard Holiday in the video bringing up roots. This whole thing about being on this land comes from Caremio. The flip-flopping of the Mayan text and the paintings on the wall. Caremio, the memes with mixing up the whole America shit. Caremio. All of this is stemming from this Taino who is selling this shit to black people, and black people are eating it up. Caremio is a Taino. He is a Carib. He's exactly who he is. He is, look, how the hell did you take this man with this horse hair and then put him next to T.I.? Caremio did it. This is all Caremio. You go on his YouTube, it's waving more. Look at how he fuck up Juan's story. It's so much. He is the father of all of that stuff. Look at this shit. Caremio did it. He took Buddy from Onyx and then put him next to somebody. Then it's the Lost Hebrews. You just heard Brother Garfield had a show this morning talking about the fathers of Hebrew Israelism, the Hebrew Israelites. No, Caremio. It ain't no couple of fathers. Caremio is the daddy of all the daddies. He is the source for the pseudo. He ain't even probably stepped foot in North America. But he is the propagandist leader of the pseudos. He's done this. He's been doing this. He continues to do this. He's not getting as much as he was earlier on because of all the other people, but he is the father of their shit show. So now, when you see or hear Holiday talking about we need to be doing this or we need to be doing that, we don't need other people to be doing that, but why are you regurgitating Caremio? He remixed photos and then tried to sell them back to you. And all y'all was listening to him, and that's how y'all started y'all whole little other thing. He introduced you to this, and he know that he introduced you to this because he was proud of it. Look, part 1, from Indigenous American to African American anthropology, oldest bones. He's been doing you like, look at him. You would think that he's almost white. This is Caremio at his finest, clear as day to you. No way around it. He's the reason why Vino thinks the way that he thinks. He's the reason why Lane Calloway thinks the way that he thinks. He's the reason why Top Cats, truly in his all hearts of hearts, think that his dumb ass is a comedic that thinks that Egypt was in America and all the shit in Africa come from America. He is, this is the fearless leader. He is the father of your pseudo belief. Can't nobody refute it. If you think I'm playing about the whole religious thing that Top Cats is on, this what the fuck Top Cats gets it. This is where he gets it. From Caremio. That whole mixing all the religions and all of that old shit. Caremio. Look, I ain't making nothing up. This whole thing is Caremio's show. All of this is Caremio. 5 years ago. The Bible bullshit. Go read Top Cat's book. It's one of the most pseudo-plagiarized books ever known to me. Heavy pseudo and plagiarized. All comes from Caremio. You cannot make this up. SoundCloud, all of that. He's been doing it, trying to generate his streams. Look, it doesn't play. It's his Insta. Come on, man. And we are sitting here eating this shit up, confused like we ain't got a proper education. Look at this. I'm gonna take y'all to it. And he do the dumbest shows. The dumbest shows. Let me show it to you. Look. Abraham Lincoln, the Negro. They got all of this shit from Karemio 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Look, no more a misunderstanding. Garvey, you and I, more by Circle 7. From Indigenous American to African was 7 years ago. From Indigenous American to African, African American, Black. Yo, he runs it all the way down. This is all Karemio. He's the one selling this shit. White servitude and free Negro masters. What the fuck do y'all think that Aboriginal power and AP got that bullshit about and Chief Holiday got that shit about black people owning white slaves? Did y'all really think that they just grabbed that shit out the air? They weren't saying that shit 5 years ago. They weren't saying that shit 3 years ago. They've been on this whole white servitude and free Negro, all of that the whole time. Karemio. Then they start arguing with Karemio, maybe 2 years ago, 2.5, maybe 3 years ago. Oh, you just thought that, because you heard a Blackfoot Indian that it came from y'all. No, it's Karemio. We ain't, listen, white servitude, convicts, political prisoners, all of that. Karemio. Columbus and his Negro friends. I know you're thinking like, but hold on. Didn't Dane come up around the same time? After Karemio, Dane started flipping the shit. He started going, he took a different lane. He started grabbing historical facts that dealt with certain shit about the Americas, and then he started trying to superimpose things on it. All of the claims from AP, A1, Dane Calloway, Top Cats come from Karemio. You gone? Your mama, she got the food? Yeah. That's what's up. My son gone. Told me peace. He happy. He finna dip. All of this. Hebrew Aboriginals of America. What? When did the Hebrews start thinking that the lost tribe was in the Americas? That comes from Karemio. It wasn't no lost tribes in the Americas until Karemio. The whole time, people were super confused about stuff. Karemio was over here putting y'all down on it. The whole time. I can't make none of this shit up. Look at all of this. Part 9, Hebrew Aboriginals of America. Are you fucking shitting me? The Black Jacobites. White servitude, intentional in the penal colonies of America. He just, look, white cargo. Just go back and look and see when they start using white cargo in their arguments against not a coincidence. You can't make this up. The truth about Benjamin Franklin, the runaway indentured servant. Seriously? When I told y'all that Top Cats got this shit from Karemio, I ain't lying. Who the hell does the Greeks think Thoth is? Jehuti. Where is Jehuti at? In ancient Kemet. Here is the influence behind the bullshit. Him and then some other pseudo works. Because Karimio actually does not know how to research. He doesn't cross-reference and he doesn't know any other thing. He's just a guy talking shit on the internet that got popular from it and then started dumbing down and finding new things to talk about. Oh, y'all remember the Black Law Dictionary? Who the fuck was mentioning that shit? One of his biggest videos, 877,000 views from the Black Law Dictionary, dealing with what? Aboriginals, Moors, Indigenous, and Natives. The politics of the melanated person. All from Karimio. He is the father. It's 2025. Go back 9 years. One of his oldest. The dude's been doing this. The real Moors. Look at that. What is the Moors doing on the Karimio channel? Karimio is a Taino. He ain't even around, bro. What is he doing teaching y'all about this shit? The 10 tribes of Israel, American Indians. And now you got these crazy, silly ass Hebrews running around here thinking that they fucking something that they ain't. So before we get started, I want to come back to I want to find where the video at. All right, I need to stop sharing. I'm gonna reshare. I want y'all to hear this shit. I want y'all to hear this shit. But before I play the video that I'm gonna play, let me change the yeah, let me put that on the screen. Yeah, I'm gonna put this on the screen real quick. Now that I got that on the screen, he can't hit me for the whoop whoop on the video. So I'm gonna get into a little bit of this. The name of this video that he labeled it is From Indigenous American to African American Anthropology, the Oldest Bones Found Historic. It's his video. It's 7 years old and it's 498,000 views on the video. I can't show it because you know what they're gonna do. Now hold on. Hold on. I will show y'all this though. I will show y'all this. Look at this part. Look. Who on here? It's
Wow. Shalawan Shabbatah. So glad to be back.
You heard him. Shalawan Shawatha. You heard him. On the bullshit. Now listen to him. I ain't gonna play all of it. Just a little bit so I can get into my bill.
Back with you and with another video. Some of that pure water. You know, this video evolved so much over these last couple of months, but I knew I had to be patient, you know, carefully research and gather this info, which I will be presenting to you. It's been a great journey so far. Dawada Hawa, for sure. I've had to deal with my share of static, of course, and the trolling, the harassment, but it has only made me more eager to prove what I'm presenting and saying. So, with that said, thanks to all the haters, thanks for all the static. I know what was coming, but mainly, Hawa knew what he had in store for me, and he has prepared me throughout my life for this. So before I begin, let me just make something very clear. Now, this video has nothing to do with Africans or the Asian, Mongolian, descendants that are called Native Americans. We ain't gonna have no hijack in this video. So I'm truly grateful and privileged to bring this to you. I truly feel that. So to the Shabbatah, to the viewers, my followers and subscribers, I just want to say very humbly, thank you from deep down in my heart. Thank you for the constant support and the kind words. Most of them really good. I appreciate all the comments everybody's left. You know, much blessings, much love, much ahab to all you who are supporting or watching. I hope these videos has been useful to you personally in your journey, like they have on mine. This knowledge that we're receiving, right, from the Most High. Oh, wow. So, do you know who you are now? Do you remember? Hope my videos have helped somewhat, make that clear. But if not, I really wanted to make something special and have something solid for the Shabbatah, the copper-colored tribes of America, the Aborigines, and as well for the hijacks, of course, the liars, the blind, and the ego-driven individuals who just refuse to accept and choose willful ignorance over foundational truth. So with that said, let's begin. Hawa. Hawa.
Because however much America strays away from the ideals of justice, the goal of America is freedom, used and scorned though we may be.
Yes, he's using Martin Luther King right here. Where y'all think that Martin Luther King shit came from? A misrepresentation of Martin Luther King comes from this motherfucker. Y'all hearing it for yourself. Some of y'all, this y'all first time ever hearing this dude ever do anything. And y'all heard some bullshit from him. This is where it all comes from. He is the father of the Aboriginal movement.
Our destiny is tied up in the destiny of America. Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we
told you. They regurgitate the fuck out of Karimio. Not a coincidence, got a whole video up fighting against the Aboriginals. The whole time, not a coincidence, didn't even know that he was battling Karimio. Well, he might have knew, because he ain't slow. But here go the video. Right here.
We were here. For more than 2 centuries, our forebears labored here without wages. They made cotton king. They built the homes of their masters in the midst of the most humiliating and oppressive conditions, yet out of a bottomless vitality.
So you just heard Dr. Martin Luther King tell you that before the Pilgrim's father landed here, you were here.
Our forefathers weren't the Pilgrims. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us.
Now, what did he mean by this?
I've recently come to learn that a lot of founders and marketers don't quite know how to look up their competitors' marketing strategies. I personally like using this with the startups that I work with to look up what channels the top competitors are using to
What exactly did he mean by saying you were here? This was towards the end of his speech that day. And he slipped it right in there, to the people that were listening to him that day. So it's either 2 things, right? Well, there's only could be 1 thing. But basically, to people who are still kind of brainwashed, only 1 thing they could assume is that he's talking about maybe Africans, slaves that had come over, that were already there. And we're talking about 1620, right? When the Pilgrims arrived in 1620, he's saying, you were there. You were already there before 1620. You know, they say the first Negroes that arrived, or African slaves that arrived in America, so-called African slaves, was in 1619 in Virginia. All right, so is he talking about that, or is he talking about the Aboriginals, copper-colored Aboriginals, so-called Negroes that were living in New England? And we're gonna talk about those first Africans from 1619, so-called Africans. We're gonna show you where they really came from, who they really were, a little bit later. So now in New England, this is what the Pilgrims encountered. Now, as you can see from this image, these are clearly so-called Negroes, you know, in this drawing from
all
the
them pictures,
1600s,
all that.
by the book of John Ogilvy, right?
You heard him,
And
John Ogilvy
a
book.
lot of people know who this is, and you can Google that, his name, John Ogilvy, and look at the images that he draws of the American Indians, and you'll see they're all copper-colored tribes. Now it says here, New Netherlanders apparel. It says modern New England, Delmarva Peninsula, Cape Cod, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, and Connecticut, with small outposts in Pennsylvania and Rhode Island. From the book by John Ogilvy, 1600 to 1676, issued in 1671. And take a look at their clothes. Look at this, you know, look at their clothes. They don't look half naked. You know, well, if you're looking at the one in the back, she's just being free. She's probably comfortable like that. I'm sure she wears clothes sometimes on the top. But you can see the male, he's dressed, right? Looks more like Roman, right, or Spartan, Greek, than how they depict savage Native Americans, right? All right. This right here is Chief Rain in the Face. He's a Wampanoag chief. Can't specify the year where I got the image, but he's from the Wampanoag tribe in Massachusetts.
Every argument, every claim.
Dorcas Honorable.
Listen.
Says the last known Native American woman on Nantucket, who died in 1855. This is from the Nantucket Historical Association. And Nantucket is an island really close to Plymouth. Let me show you right here. As you can see, where Plymouth is, and Nantucket right below, right? And these are natives from the Narragansett and Wampanoag families. They got together to take this picture here, and they're part of the Algonquin-speaking.
Man, if y'all could see this shit.
And they're all over
I wasn't no strike, I'll show you.
Rhode Island,
every
Island,
image
York,
the Abo Jews.
Connecticut, Wampanoag. As you can see, copper-colored, right? This is what the Pilgrims were encountering. And this is Sarah G. Mitchell, a Wampanoag Native American. As you can see, who does she resemble? And let's read right here. It says, Figure 17, interior view of the Mitchell home at Becky's Neck, circa 1893. Seated on the left is Serbia. On the far right is Melinda Tiwilima. That's another known native from that area. And immediately behind her is Charlotte Wotone Sanuski. In the lower right-hand corner, there's a partial image of a seated man. This could be their brother Alonso. On the table behind Charlotte is a group of ryegrass baskets that they were working on. And the photographer L.B. Shaw, landscape photographer Elmwood, Massachusetts. All right. And this is another picture of them, the same three, in their home outside. So as you can see, copper color, right? This is Emma Mitchell, another Wampanoag Native American from Massachusetts.
It doesn't call her Wampanoag
in the Shinnecock tribe, right? Just wanted to show you something. I know you guys know a lot about, rapping. You know who Old Dirty Bastard is, right? So in reference to the Shinnecock tribe, as you see here, now here's a little bit of the ancestral history to Old Dirty Bastard.
This shit no not a coincidence.
The drugs, the crime, the poverty. These were tough neighborhoods, but there were also places where his family had been for countless generations. In fact, Dirty could trace his lineage back to a time when there was no New York City, just the wilderness of North America. He was 1/4 Shinnecock Indian.
1/4.
Then he started mentioning things that y'all didn't understand. He said he got a grandfather Cuffy, Chief Cuffy. Let me take you to Chief Cuffy. Oh, him and his brothers, Fred Cuffy and them, they were some wild boys back in the day.
My great grandfather
These
was
dudes
an
out here
Indian
got
chief.
shikis and shit.
Shinnecock, from the Shinnecock Reservation in Long Island, Riverhead. So that's where my mother met my father in Long Island. Dirty just carried his heritage to the limit. You know, we're Indians. I said, they used to say, yeah, we Indians, we sold Manhattan. I said, well, listen, they sold Manhattan for trinkets. So he always said, well, we're going to try to get it back. I said, Rusty, please. You're not getting it back, so forget it.
The Indian, the soul man, had entered the white man, my grandfather.
So you heard it, you know, old dirty bastard, you know, his mom, Shinnecock, his grandfather. All right, he was singing in the rap song you just heard there. All right, so you can see there's a lot of history here in New England with copper-colored tribes. You know,
I'm talking about Chief Cuffy. That's my mother's father. Now I'm telling you about my grandmother, her father's history. That's Reverend Militant. Now Reverend Militant, he had a church, started the First Baptist Church.
He died at 103. Was never seen now. Always knew what he's talking about. But he was back in slavery time. And to hear him speak of what happened, it was, I just couldn't believe it. But he was free, and he came up to New York to find a place for my grandmother.
This was his area when he came up from the south, all up down here. It's right about here. This is where my grandfather's house was, right here. This is Bridge Street. And this is where his house was sitting at in the 1900s.
So I got two historic legacies in my family, on my grandmother's side and my grandfather's side. So imagine these two people get together and have children. That's where we come from. That's where Dirty come from. That's where Ray Ray come from. That's where 12 come from. Shitty, Murray, all up down the line.
Now he paused the video.
I have to finish this paper. I'm swamped. No one told me college would be so damp.
Just get Kareemio sound go out. Kareemio playing the YouTube video, his sound went out of his video. He don't even know it.
Anymore, right? So let's go down.
Now this is a shock.
We are learning more today.
Hey, you look totally black. Yeah, it's definitely, Indian. Wow, definitely.
So the Indians and the Firewater don't get along. You know that.
So there you go, from his own words. He's a Shinnecock Indian, and you thought he was crazy, and you thought he was just drunk all the time, but he was trying to tell us something. You know, he was ahead of the game. You know, ahead by years. You know, so I just wanted to put this out there real quick now. If you've made it this far, well, I'm glad you did, because we're going to start showing some scientific, historic data. All right, so we're going to start with scientific anthropology. All right, so let's start.
Listen
all
to
right,
this.
so we're going to start with this article from National Geographic, and it's titled "Most Complete Ice Age Skeleton Helps Solve Mystery of First Americans," because we want to know who was here first, right? That's the whole argument, right? So it says here, the oldest complete skeleton of its kind ever found, dating to more than 12,000 years ago, is helping solve a mystery about the differences in body types between the first humans to arrive in the Americas and the later Native Americans, scientists announced Thursday. So they're saying there's differences between people who were aboriginally here in America first, and then the difference between those that were here later.
No,
that are called
motherfucker.
Native Americans today. The scientists are saying this, right? It says anthropologists
That's not what they
have long
say.
puzzled over why Native Americans don't look more like their ancient ancestors, who migrated into the Americas during the Pleistocene, the epoch that encompassed the last ice age that ended about 12,000 years ago. So anthropologists are clearly telling us that the bones they're finding don't look nothing like the Native Americans of today, and they're puzzled as to why. Why don't they look like that anymore? Right? So let's go down. In a flooded cave in Mexico, divers transported a skull for 3D scanning between 12,000 and 13,000 years old. The skull is part of the most complete skeleton of such antiquity yet discovered in the Americas. It says the ancient skulls are larger, their faces are narrower and more forward projecting, and they more closely resemble native peoples of Africa, Australia, and the southern Pacific Rim than they do their supposed American descendants. All right, so you hear that? So these skulls they're finding, well, this one especially in this cave, 12,000 years old, says that it resembles more native people of Africa and Australia, right? And what do these people look like, right? So-called Negro, right? Then they're supposed American descendants, like the Mongoloid peoples that are in the reservations today. They don't look nothing like them, all right? These are National Geographic. So you can continue reading this. It's online. Just Google it. Let me go to something else. So it says here, a DNA search for the first Americans links Amazon groups to the indigenous Australians. This is from the Smithsonian.com. It says the new genetic analysis takes aim at the theory that just one founding group settled the Americas. You can see here this copper-colored native, right? All right, so it says Brazil's Surui people, like the man pictured above, share ancestry with indigenous Australians. New evidence suggests. Part of the article where it's talking about this finding. So it says Ray's group had also previously found genetic evidence for a single founding migration. But while sifting through genomes from cultures in Central and South America, Pontus Skoglund, a researcher in Ray's lab, noticed that the Surui and Caritiana people of the Amazon had stronger ties to indigenous groups in Australasia and Australians, New Guineans and Andaman Islanders than to Eurasians. All right. So Central and South America, right? It says other analyses haven't looked at Amazonian populations in depth, and genetic samples are hard to come by. So the Harvard lab teamed up with researchers in Brazil to collect more samples from Amazonian groups to investigate the matter. Together, they scrutinized the genomes of 30 Native American groups in Central and South America, right? 30. Using 4 statistical strategies, they compared the genomes to each other and to those of 197 populations from around the world. Now, listen to this. The signal persisted. 3 Amazonian groups, Suri, Caritiana, and Chavante, all had more common with Australasians than any group in Siberia. All right? They're not related to Siberians. Here you go again. So let's continue with this. All right, so scientific anthropology, we see that basically correlates with historic data, like this 1828 Webster's Dictionary telling us that the American is a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. All right, so I'm going to start working with your senses to show you, what these early explorers were seeing.
All right, so let me pause the video. Okay, this is what I mean by, if you're looking at the screen and shit, by now you should have a full understanding of where all their arguments come from. They all come from Caremio. They all come from Caremio. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. He is the father of the Aboriginal, Wild Indian, Black Native, Indigenous Black, Autochthonous Black, Autochthonous, FBA movement. He's number one. Uno. So, now that you've heard that, let's progress forward. And let's deal with the reality. Okay? All right, let's deal with some reality right here. I'm off the screen. And I'm going to go through this pretty simply. And we're going to get further into it. But right here, this comes from a primary source site. And it says, an overview of the first Americans. No aspect of our past has been more thoroughly shaped by popular mythology than the history of Native Americans. Quite unconsciously, Americans have picked up a host of misconceptions. For example, many assumed that pre-Columbian North America was a sparsely populated virgin land. In fact, millions of Native Americans inhabited the area that would become the United States. This section traces the settlement of the Americas by Paleo-Indians, the ancestors of the New World Indians. It examines the diversity and size of Native American cultures and identifies the defining characteristics of the Indian cultures of North America on the eve of European contact. Although few textbooks today use the word primitive, let me zoom in for you. There you go. To describe pre-contact Native Americans, many still convey the impression that North American Indians consisted simply of small migratory bands that subsisted through hunting, fishing, and gathering wild plants. As we shall see, this view is incorrect. In fact, Native American societies were rich, diverse, and sophisticated. Food discovered from domesticated by Native Americans would transform the diet of Europe and Asia, not Africa. Native Americans also made many crucial, though often neglected, contributions to modern medicine, art, and architecture and ecology. During the thousands of years of preceding European contact, the Native American people developed an inventive and creative cultures. They cultivated plants for food, dyes, medicines, and textiles, domesticated animals, established extensive patterns of trade, built cities, produced monumental architecture, developed intricate systems of religious beliefs, yada, 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 yada. No argument. However, approximately 30,000 years ago, the Paleo-Indians, the ancestors of Native Americans, approximately 30,000 years ago, the Paleo-Indians, who are the ancestors of the Native Americans, followed herds of animals from Siberia across the Beringer, a land bridge connected Asia and North America into Alaska by 8,000 BCE. These peoples had spread across North and South America. Did y'all hear me? I said approximately 30,000 years ago, the Paleo-Indians, who are the ancestors of Native Americans. Let me make this plainly to y'all real quick. Who are the ancestors of the African American in America today? Let me paint that motherfucking picture. Let's make it more broad and recent. I'm just dealing with a few hundred years ago. Who are the ancestors to African Americans today? When you know the answer to the question, you should be able to digest and understand that 30,000 years ago, the Paleo ancestors are the ancestors to Native Americans today. The Mexicans today. The South Americans today. All of these groups of people come from the Paleo-Indians, which are their ancestral lineage. Just to make it quite simple, the ancestors to Black people in America are from Africa. See how they go? The Paleo-Indians derive from two sublineages from East Asia and Siberia that met. We'll get into that later because I don't want to get too scientific at this part when I'm only dealing with history on a minute level, and it might be somebody in the chat who has no idea what the fuck they're talking about and could learn something today from someone speaking the real facts. No one knows for sure how many Indians lived in the Western Hemisphere in 1492, but the number was in the millions. In no sense were the Americas empty lands. At least 2,000 distinct languages were spoken in the Americas in 1492. Cultural differences were marked. Some Indian peoples belonged to small bands of hunters and gatherers. Some practiced sophisticated irrigated agriculture. Complex agriculturally based cultures developed in a number of regions, including the Mayans and Aztecs in Mesoamerica, the Incas in Peru, and the mound builders of the Mississippi and in Ohio and Mississippi River valleys. All Indians lived in organized societies with political structures, moral codes, and religious beliefs. All had adapted to the particular environments in which they lived. The idea of private land ownership was foreign. Land was held communally and worked collectively. The largest domesticated animals were dogs, llamas, alpacas, and therefore the Indians could not rely on such animal byproducts such as wool, leather, milk, and meat. Although some societies had developed the wheel, it was used as a toy. No society had shaped metal into guns, swords, or tools. They were metallists. They were not metallurgical society. None had gunpowder or sailing ships. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to those of you in the rear, those of you whose first time ever joining this particular platform or ever hearing this, because you didn't heard Aboriginals argue this shit before. None of these people that were in the Americas before the European arrived had sailing ships. Period. Point blank. No sailing ships. So no, they were not traveling to other countries. They had no ships. But what happened? What we've been saying, what happened? Deadly epidemics also aided the European conquest. The Indians were highly susceptible to European diseases, smallpox, typhus, diphtheria, plague, cholera, measles, influenza appear to have been unknown to them. Measles, mumps, whooping cough, and other epidemics greatly reduced the Indian population. That is the foundation to where we are about to go. But to clear up the misconceptions and confusions, let's deal with a resource on Native American and Indigenous affairs. But first, we must understand who are Indigenous people, since they like to use this fucking word. Indigenous people are the descendants of peoples who inhabited the Americas, the Pacific, and parts of Asia and Africa prior to European colonization. Indigenous peoples continue to thrive throughout the world. Generally, Indigenous refers to those peoples with pre-existing sovereignty who were living together as a community prior to contact with settler populations, most often, though not exclusively, Europeans. Indigenous is the most inclusive term, as there are indigenous peoples on every continent throughout the world, such as the Sami in Sweden, the First Nations in Canada, Mayas in Mexico and Guatemala, and the Anu in Japan, fighting to remain culturally intact on their land bases. Indigenous peoples refers to a group of indigenous peoples with a shared national identity, such as Navajo or Sami, and is the equivalent of saying the American people. Native American and American Indian are terms used to refer to peoples living within what is now the United States prior to European contact. So to clear up any confusion, Native American and American Indian are terms used to refer to the people that was living here before European contact. American Indian has a specific legal context because the branch of law, federal Indian law, uses this terminology. American Indian is also used by the U.S. Office of Management and Budget through the U.S. Census Bureau. Whenever possible, it is best to use the name of an individual's particular indigenous community or nations of people, for example, the Tongva, the Tavevian, the Chumash, or are the indigenous peoples of Los Angeles area. And they are also American Indian, Native American, and guess what, y'all? Indigenous. Who are the indigenous peoples of Los Angeles? I'm not going to go too far on this whole thing, but we just basically ran down who they are. But I provided this source to clear up any confusion. So now that we know who's being identified, we are dealing with Native American, American Indian as indigenous peoples. So, the first Americans. In 1970s, college students in archaeology, such as myself, learned that the first human beings to arrive in North America had come over a land bridge from Asia and Siberia approximately 500 years ago. This is an older source, so I'm using older source, and I'm going to walk you to more recent information. These people, the first North Americans, was collectively known as the Clovis people. Their journey was made possible, according to archaeologists far and wide, by a corridor that opened up between giant ice sheet covering what is now known as Alaska and Alberta in Canada. Thus did the Clovis people move down the North American continent, carrying their distinctive tools to various sites in the Plain States and Southwest, and then moving eastward. And all of this they did very quickly. Significant evidence of the Clovis culture had been discovered in New Mexico. In 1908, a rancher riding along an arroyo on his property near Folsom. Y'all heard the story about Folsom so much. Noticed what looked like to be large bones embedded in the embankment. They turned out to be from a gigantic Ice Age bison and other late Pleistocene megafauna, such as mammoths. And they had cut marks that had clearly been made by humans. South of there in Blackwater Draw, elegantly fashioned spear points, some about the size of a palm of your hand, turned up in 1930s. The spear points had fluting and were large enough to kill Ice Age animals. Here's an example right here. Clovis first, as it was called, was the one and only accepted explanation of initial human arrival and subsequent expansion throughout North and South America. To be taken seriously, any artifact of human culture had to be dated after those found at Clovis. Here we go. So I'm setting the parameters because I don't want to deal much with Clovis, because I got to come back to that to clean up what now we know as more later information. So I'm not going to give you a bunch of outdated information to stay embedded on your brain. That was the first argument. So before I go any further, I need to walk back on some things that were said firstly in the first source that I showed you, and deal with this notion of pre-Columbus America. I am reading from the book First Peoples. It is a documentary survey of American Indian history. The book is available to everybody that has made it this far in the video in the description. You just click the link, download it, you got the book. So this is a teaching lesson. As you can see, dating to the left. There's 3 focused questions. We're not going to answer all of these today because we have answered some of these in prior videos. But I want you to focus on the questions. What are some of the proposed theories about how Native people populated North America? You don't need me or any other video to sit here and tell you what are the proposed theories. You can take the theories from the Aboriginals who got their shit from Caremio, the Wabos. You can deal with what they claim, what they've been claiming, and how they continue to be. Before the arrival of European explorers and settlers, what sorts of Native American societies existed from coast to coast? How did their diverse environments influence their social structures? Most of North America's history happened long before Columbus arrived in 1492. So, how did early American societies change in the centuries before Columbus? For the Indian people, history did not begin when Christopher Columbus landed in San Salvador in October of 1492. It began when their ancestors fell from the sky. Listen to me closely. Not a coincidence. Listen to me closely. Yo, Lucky, if you still listening, listen to me closely. Brother YK, you might want to clip this up. For Indian people, history did not begin when Christopher Columbus landed in San Salvador in October of 1492. It began when their ancestor fell from the sky. That's the Iroquois. Emerged from under the earth, which is the Pueblo, Navajo, and the Mandan, were transferred from ash trees into people, the New England Algonquin, entered the world through a hollow log, the Kiowa, or entered North America via the Bering Straits, Siberia, archaeologist. We gave you 5 different origin stories before Columbus's arrival, and 1 story from archaeologists. If you want to know more about these creation stories, they're in this book. Countless generations of Indian people settled the land and developed ways of living on it, built communities and maintained relationships with their spirit world. Let me go back real quick. When I said that the Pueblo, the Navajo, and the Mandan say they emerged from under the earth, you didn't even hear the word autochthonous. You didn't hear that word autochthonous. Process that. Countless generations of Indian people settled the land and developed ways of living on it, built communities, maintained relationships with the spirit world. What Columbus discovered was not a new world, but another world, old world, rich in diverse peoples, histories, communities, and culture. As recently as 30 years ago, a widely used U.S. history textbook written by a team of eminent historians declared that while human beings elsewhere in the world were developing civilizations over thousands of centuries, the continents we now know as the Americas stood empty as mankind and its work. The story of America in the minds of these historians was the story of the creation of the civilization where none existed. Still today, and guess what? They included subsequent edition of the textbook acknowledged that there was as much variety among civilizations of the Americas as among the civilizations of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Still, today, most U.S. textbooks are hundreds of pages long, but devote only a few pages to America before Columbus. Far from being empty, the pre-Columbian Americas were teeming with people, as many as lived in Europe at the time, if not more, who spoke hundreds of different languages, shaped their environments, and organized their societies in a variety of ways, lived in huge cities as well as small villages, developed local economies and long-distance exchange networks, and already had American histories dating back for thousands of years. This isn't the intent and purpose. Without written documents to guide them, historians faced a daunting challenge in trying to understand the thousands of years of history that predated Columbus. They have to turn to other people and sources and rely on oral traditions and on evidence extracted from the ground rather than from the archives. But knowledge of America's ancient past is growing all the time as archaeologists employ more sophisticated and more cultural sensitive methods of research, such as federal and state mandated cultural research management projects, new scientific tools and laboratory testings, and better understanding of past climate change and its impact on human societies, and greater collaborative efforts between research institutions and Indian tribes. These tools and methods, combined with a growing number of native archaeologists, and better, if belated, appreciation by non-Indian scholars of how indigenous oral traditions can inform and enrich academic scholarship, all mean that our knowledge of ancient North America becomes more detailed and more nuanced every year. Yodi is not a Native American. Yodi is not an Indigenous American. Yodi is not a Native archaeologist. Yodi has never sourced a Native archaeologist, someone who is predating other information, and he's never employed a Native archaeologist. He's in the chat to spew his circular arguments with no source that agrees with him. Basing their estimates on numbers recorded by explorers, traders, and colonists who often arrived with diseases that had hit Indian America, scholars used to believe that the Native American population of North America numbered no more than 1 million in 1492. Modern scholars employ more sophisticated techniques of demographic calculation have dramatically increased their estimates of pre-Columbian populations. They figures still vary widely, from as low as 2 million to as many as 18 million people for the area north of Mexico. Most estimates fall between these extremes. The population total North and South America have constituted as much as 1/5 of a population of the world at that time. Whatever the actual figures, much of America was well populated before 1492. I'm going to skip ahead real quick because I want to come back to, you see it on the screen, creation stories and migration theories, because this is significant and where I'm about to go. Estimates of how long Indians have lived in America also vary. There's a firm archaeological evidence of human presence in North America more than 12,000 years ago, and some estimates push habitation back as far as 40,000 years ago. The creation stories and oral traditions of most Indian tribes tell how their people had always lived in the land that Europeans called America, but that they knew as Indakina or Anisha Sabawika, or you could correct me, Kevin, Anishinaabe, and the Navajo or the Denata. European theories have suggested that American Indians were of one of the lost tribes of Israel. Y'all heard Caremio say this shit. Y'all saw me put this on the screen. They said theories. American Indians were the lost tribes of Israel. They get that shit from the people in our community get it from Caremio, but it was actually Europeans proposing it first. That they were the descendants of the legendary Welsh prince named Madoc and his followers who had arrived in the 12th century, or that they are the descendants from early voyages from Polynesia. Oh, there go your boy, Shah's son. Here you go. You finna get X'd out. Polynesia, Phoenicia, in the Middle East of Japan. Most non-Indian historians and archaeologists believe that the Indian peoples migrated to America from Asia via the Bering Strait, and they cite genetic, dental, and even linguistic evidence linking native populations of the Americas to the peoples of Asia. The theory holds that the Ice Age between 75 to 8,000 BC lowered ocean levels worldwide and exposed the land bridge of perhaps 1,000 miles across what is now the Bering Strait between Siberia and Alaska. Nomadic hunters made their way across the land bridge over hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, following migrating game. Finding rich hunting territories and more hospitable climates, they edged their way onward along the corridor that opened up as the ice sheet receded. The newcomers continued to arrive and scatter as a group pushed out of the south into the tip of South America. During the Archaic period, small bands moved into almost every area of the continent, but migration via land from Asia offers only an explanation of peoples of America. Maritime people would have been more likely to make the trip by sea, expanding back the time when migration may have taken place. Native traditions say the ancestors have always been here. Key archaeological evidence of the settlement has been found at many North American sites. Like we just mentioned earlier, Folsom, New Mexico, archaeologists found worked flint alongside the bones of bison species that had been extinct for 8,000 years. 7 years later, you got the Clovis, New Mexico site. Archaeologists, what they discovered was weapon points that were even older than the Folsom artifacts. Since then, similar Clovis points at this site and stone weapon is known, have been found from Mexico to Nova Scotia. The oldest Clovis spear points, about 11,500 years old, were for a long time considered the benchmark for the beginning of human habitation in the Americas. But the Meadowcroft rock shelter in Pennsylvania may have been occupied as long as 20,000 years ago. And some archaeologists say humans could have lived in North America much earlier. The evidence is inconclusive, and many scholars remain skeptical. The most widely accepted estimates of the early human occupation of America range between 12 to 14,000 years ago. But new evidence and clues emerge each year. I am reading this source the way that it is because this book don't have the latest updated information that we have about the footprints found in New Mexico, right? That date back 25 to 30,000 years. However, this is key and essential as because they were already on a path to leading us to who the first fucking people were. I don't care about nothing else. There were claims made. We heard claims made by the father of the Aboriginal community or the indigenous, native, whatever the hell they want to call themselves. Now we got to distract that and get to this real work. Archaeologists working in Daisy Cave in San Miguel Island off the coast of California uncovered stone cutting tools used about 10,000 years ago. And researchers have dated skeleton remains from the area to about 11,000 years ago. After long debate, many archaeologists reached consensus that humans inhabited southern Chile 12,500 years ago. Bone and stone tools found in Mount Verde and the Mount Verde site in southern Chile have been dated more than 1,000 years older than the Clovis points in North America. Nothing in Mount Verde was more evocative of its former inhabitants than a single footprint beside a hearth. Reported in the New York Times, a child had stood there by the fire 12,500 years ago and left a lasting impression on soft clay. If the people living in Chile migrated south via the ice corridors through the glaciers and engulfed North America between 13 and 20,000 years ago, they must have spread with remarkable speed to the southern end of America. If they did not travel south over land, as previously supposed, they must have come by a different route. Perhaps by sea, along the western coast. This is not to say that none came by land, an archaeologist says. Of course they did, but others came by sea faster and farther. Or they entered the Americas more than 20,000 years ago, as native traditions assert they may have been here from the beginning. This book is not going to tell you that Native Americans been in the Americas from the beginning. It is going to tell you that that's migratory evidence that exists that shows how they populated the Americas. These are the first peoples. And they don't encounter another group of people never until they see Columbus. In 2008, scientists used radiocarbon dating and DNA analysis concluded that fossilized feces found in the cave of Oregon are 1,000 years older than the previously discovered human remains, indicating human habitation in North America more than 14,000 years ago. Then archaeologists working at the Buttermilk Creek site in Texas found flint knife blades, chisels, and other artifacts lying in the soil almost 16,000 years old. Archaeologists working at Sierra de Capivara National Park in northeastern Brazil, the site of the ancient rock paintings, believe that they have found stone tools used by humans who were living there as long as 20,000 years ago. Some scholars argue that Ice Age mariners from areas of France and Spain also made it to America more than 20,000 years ago, bringing their stone tool technology. All of these discoveries have made us even less certain than before about how and when the humans first settled America. Perhaps, as native traditions assert, they must have already been there. At any rate, such new evidence interpretation suggests that people were thriving in Alaska and Chile when the Ice Age still rendered large parts of Europe uninhabitable, quite the reverse as an empty Northern American continent. So there were debates over native origins. Many native people refuted the idea that their ancestors came to America via the Bering Strait. These are conversations that are still being had on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and whatever other source that these motherfuckers are using. They're arguing that they've always been here, but they don't have the fucking evidence. Sutek is arguing with them every day. Both sides of the argument. He arguing against the Abos and the natives who so-called claim that they've always been here. They don't have the evidence to back it up. The Miami chief Little Turtle offered a different interpretation of the Bering Strait theory. On a visit to the east, Little Turtle is reported to have met Thomas Jefferson. Do you hear the name? The dude's name was Little Turtle. How many people in the community you know have a name called Little Turtle? The only person that has a name and is on YouTube that we know of is Turtle Gang. Anyway, he met with Thomas Jefferson and a group of French scientists who were debating the origins of American Indians. They pointed out that the similarities between American Indians and the people from Siberia, which they believed proved that the Indians came from Asia. Little Turtle considered the evidence but came to a different conclusion. The Asian people must have migrated from America. This is what Little Turtle said. He said they must have migrated from America. The late Lakota writer and scholar Ving Deloretta Jr. took a more militant position. He dismissed the idea that Indians came to America via the Bering Strait as something that existed only in the minds of scientists, and asserted that immense political implications make it difficult for the people to let go of this theory, portraying Indians as latecomers who have already badly unpacked before Columbus came knocking on the door. Allow Europeans to brush aside Indian claims to Aboriginal occupancy based on having always been here. Lakota, the writer John Marshall III, offers another perspective that might help readers to reconcile opposing beliefs about the people in North America and their understanding of Native people's insistence that they have always been here in the face of what seemed to be a weighty evidence pointed toward Asian origins and Bering Strait migration. The original stories among many Native peoples in North America do not bother with when, Marshall explains. Instead, many such theories deal with the obvious fact we are here and have always been here. When a moment or an event happened so long ago, then it has ceased to exist in collective memory. It then begins to exist. As my grandfather liked to say, on the other side of memory, in such an instance, always becomes a related factor. And what emerges as far more important factors is first. However, As scientists continue to assemble their own versions of the native origin story, questions of who was, where, when sparked heated debate among the interested communities. So in 1996, a skeleton of an adult male aged between 40 and 45 years of age was discovered on the banks of Columbia River near the Kennewick, Washington. Yeah, Kennewick man. The skeleton showed evidence of violence, including a stone projectile point lodged into the left hip, and was dated as between the 8,000 and 9,000 years old. When physical archaeologists reported that the skeleton exhibited Caucasoid features, suggesting that the man was a European rather than Native American, the Kennewick man became the center of a storm of controversy. The 5 tribes, the Yakama, Colville, the Nez Perce, the Wanapah, and the Umatilla, demanded that the remains be returned to them for reburial, but in August 2002, the United States court found that scientists must allow access to the skeletal remains. So in 06 Times magazine ran an article reporting that the Kennewick man was likely younger than scientists first thought and suggested that the bones have more secrets to reveal, such as what he ate, where he came from. If scientists treat the bones with respect and Native American groups acknowledge the importance of unlocking their secrets, the mystery of how and when the New World was populated might finally be laid to rest, the article concluded. For many Native people, however, how the New World was populated is no mystery, and the new findings did not justify the continued abuse of human remains. After the scientists probed and prodded these individuals, we thought they would return the remains to us. We could have a burial for the bones, said the Yakama Tribal Council member, Lorena Sohappy. Listen to her name, Lorena Sohappy. How many fucking people do you know in this Abo community last name is So Happy? None of them, because they fucking liars. Instead, it seemed the bones would be subjected to more investigation. She called it disgraceful. Susan Shone Harjo, a Cheyenne and Muskogee activist, presided at the Morning Star Institute in Washington, D.C., accused the scientists in Time magazine for turning of an ancient one into a freak show, the greatest show on earth. Federal legislation passed in 1990 was supposed to prevent such human rights abuse. Instead, scientists seem intent on proving that the first Americans came from Asia or Europe, and that scientists and museums somehow owned the human remains of Native people. The first Northwest tribes continue to fight in court. The reburial and debate over the origins and the remains of America's first peoples continued. It is too easy to dismiss scholars' skepticism and insistence of meeting scientific criteria for steaming for political and racist motivations. Few scholars today would argue the pre-contact America was empty before the Europeans arrived. Bullshit. America was a pre-European cultural landscape, and that represented the trial and error as well as the achievement of countless human generations. Indian peoples in different times and regions pursued varied activities. They built irrigation systems that allowed them to farm in the deserts. They cultivated new strands of crops, built settled and populous communities based on corn, beans, and squash. They improved hunting and fishing techniques and crafted more efficient weapons and tools. They exchanged commodities and ideas across far-reaching trade networks. They fought wars, established protocol, diplomacy, and peacemaking, and learned to communicate with speakers of many different languages. They developed various forms of architecture to particular environments, different seasons, and shifting social, political, and economic purpose. While medieval Christians were erecting Gothic cathedrals in Europe, Indians in the Mississippian basin were constructing temple mounds around open plazas, creating ritual spaces, and demonstrating the power of their chiefdoms. Throughout America, people built societies held together by kin, clan, and tradition. They created rich forms of art, music, dance, and oral literature, and developed ceremonies and religious rituals that helped keep their world in balance. I'm going to stop there because there were some key points made into this. And now I want to switch. So we have this argument being made by scientists. We got the native people talking about their origins. We got discovery of bones and archaeological sites coming to light, shedding new light on the first peoples. And then we got all of these peoples grabbing distinctions. So there's a source that the Aboriginal community love to use, and it comes from Uncle Tom's Cabin in American Culture, It's from the Primary Geography for Children on an Improved Plan by Catherine and Harriet Beecher. It was published in 1833. My point in bringing up the source that I'm on right now out of the First People's book and then taking you to where we're going is to show you the disconnect in the argument. I let Karimio talk, and then I start defining and showing you these peoples in history. I started using scientific jargon and archaeological evidence and sites that are significant in the origin stories of the first peoples. Somebody been sitting in my damn chair. All right, so now I want to introduce y'all to the confusion. Not a coincidence notice. YK the truth notice. Everybody notice but the abos. So let me do this real quick and real good for Yodi and all his pseudo ass friends in the chat that don't know how to do all of this shit the right way. But hold on, I gotta tell my brother, baby, and mama, thank you. All right, here we go. Get a swig of this. Let me get a swig of this Sunday special. The blood of Jesus juice. The inhabitants of this world are different in their appearance, according to the country they inhabit. Some are white, like the people of America. Some have a dark yellowish complexion. Some are copper color, and some are black. They are therefore divided into 5 classes according to their appearance. These classes are the European, the Asiatic, the African, the American, and the Malayan. I'm going to say this one more time for the people in the back. The inhabitants of the world are different in their appearance. According to the country they inhabit, some are white, like the people of America. Some have a dark yellowish complexion. Some are copper color, and some are black. They are therefore divided into 5 classes: European, Asiatic, African, American, and Malayan. All the people in Europe, expecting Lapland and Finland, belong to the European race. The people in the western part of Asia, as far as the river Obi, those are the Barbary states. In Egypt and Abyssinia also belong to this race. You see how they just took the people in Egypt out of Africa? This was 1833. They have far complexions, and their features are more regular and beautiful than those of any other class. So the people in Europe, Asia, and the Barbary states, Egypt and Abyssinia, all are beautiful people than any other race. This is the source that they use. The white people in America belonging to this class and came originally from Europe. They said the white people was beautiful. These heifers said the white people was beautiful. Listen, there is, however, a difference in complexion of this race. Those natives who live in the south part of Europe are darker than those who live in the north, and those in the Barbary states and in Egypt are darker than those in Europe. Here are pictures of the European and Asiatic. Boom, boom. Before white people came over to America, it had many tribes of people in it. Some of these tribes still remain in the United States and in the countries of the North or the South of America. These form what are called the American race. They have a copper color skin, long, black hair, small dark eyes, and very thick lips and broad nose. This is the fucking quote of all quotes and memes of all memes, and this is in Karimio's meme. This is where Karimio got his meme from. If you look on a map of Asia, you will see a country called Malaya, and you notice the island around it. This country and all of these islands, together with Australia and Polynesia, are inhabited by the Malay race. These people are different from the American in having a brown instead of a copper color skin, and in having soft, curly black hair instead of straight and coarse hair. So they give you a description. They're saying that the Polynesians, Shasan, and the Australoids, them peoples, they don't have straight, coarse hair. And of course, this coarse is like a horse tail. It says that they are black, pretty much, or brown, pretty much. And these other people over here are copper color, pretty much. See, Yodi is rubbing his hands together. He like, hell yeah. Then guess what happens? Many of the Malay race are handsome for their complexion, often is not darker than some of the darkest ones in our country. The African race, the African race have black, woolly, not coarse, woolly hair and black skin. They live principally in the middle parts of Africa. Here are pictures of the African and the American. All the rest of the countries of Asia are inhabited by Asiatic race. These people have dusky yellowish skins of the color of dried orange peel and sometimes of a tawny white. They have coarse, straight black hair and small black eyes. These people in Lapland and Greenland also belong to this race. Real quick before I continue, you heard the word coarse come up again, and straight black hair. They said that's what the Asiatics got. If you go look and see what they said the Americans got, what the Americans got? Copper color skin, long black hair, small dark eyes, very thick lips, and broad noses. They give you the descriptions. They're telling you. Look, here you go. Some have dark yellowish complexion. Some are copper colored. Some are black. They're giving you descriptions, okay? They're telling us. They clearly make a distinction in skin tone, is what this author is saying. But they tell you about this hair over and over. That boy Yodi dumbing in a box of rocks. But watch this. It says, this country is most degraded and uncivilized of any of the four corners of the globe. There are no Republican governments here. There are no countries possessed of the Bible. What I told you about the countries where the Bible is unknown is true of all these. Vice and cruelty and ignorance of laziness in all these lands. They're fucking talking about Africa. Look, the northern portion, which you see divided into many little countries, is called the Barbary states. This is one of the richest and most productive portions of the world. Wheat and rice of every kind grain is cultivated. There are the fragments of the scarlet blossoms, oranges, yada, 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 yada. They didn't demonize Africa. This source, and went biblical. If you read this whole account, you start to see in 1833 how they view black people. What do I mean by that? Let's go. Let's deal with it. Let me go back. Right here. Egypt in some parts, delightfully pleasant country, but many parts of it are only waste and barren deserts. Many regions that used to be fertile have been overwhelmed by sad storms, and seldom rains here in the country watered by the Nile, which at certain times of the year overflows and spread its waters over the country. It used to be a beautiful sight when Egypt was as fresh as flourishing as a garden, to see the clumps of sycamores, the tall trees, palms, the terebinth trees, all rising out of the sheets in the clear water at such times. These people then used to sail around to see each other in boats. The Nile still overflows, and those parts of the country which are watered in this way are the most fruitful. The desert of the Sahara is a great plain of burning sand, like that which I have already described to you in Arabia. South of this, you see the countries of the Senegambia, the coast of Guinea, and the countries of Congo, Luanda, and Angola. Yodi, this source then already put black people in Africa, and you said it wasn't black people in Africa. You said that's the transatlantic is where they got the white people from. So now I'm confused about the black people's origin in your argument, because you seem to think that you're fucking talking shit in the chat, and you ain't making no motherfucking sense at all. At all. But this ain't even about you. This is about your father, where y'all get your bullshit from. These countries are inhabited by Negroes. Uh-oh, Yodi. Uh-oh, Yodi. He said in all the areas I just mentioned, Senegambia, Guinea, Congo, Luanda, and Angola, these countries are inhabited by Negroes. They never use the word Negro in describing no other people and what's going on in these particular areas. In Africa, they use the fucking word Negro. Inhabited by Negroes who have the features of the African race. They didn't say the motherfuckers in America had the features of the African race. There are a number of little kingdoms here which are not put down upon your map. The inhabitants, many of them, are fierce and cruel. One of these kings has been bedchambered, paved with human skulls, that hung around over the jawbones of men who he's killed in battle. Some of these governments are the most despotic in the world. As for the religion, they worship all sorts of things for gods: worms, sticks, stones, beads, bits of paper, or anything they can find. To these they pray and think they can help them in trouble. Ivory and gold, many kinds of gums and spices are produced on this coast. And it is here near the equator that most of those productions are found, on which I told you on the pages 33 and 34. Liberia is a little country on the west coast settled by black people who have gone out from this country. Nothing is known about the middle part, which you see on your map, called Ethiopia. The south part of Africa is called the Colony of the Cape. It is inhabited by the number of different tribes who are very stupid and ignorant. This is how white people talk about us. This is why a motherfucker like Karimio can teach this self-hating bullshit and make Negroes despise being descendants from Africa. Remember, they said read the old books. The old books got all the information in it. Look what the old books calling black people. Very stupid and ignorant. The south part of it has been settled by Europeans. On the eastern coast of Africa, you see a number of little countries: Aegean, Adil, Zanzibar, Mozambique, and Sofala. The religion of those countries is pagan. They are governed by many different kings. The soil is fertile. Very large elephants are found, and gold is washed down the waters of some of the rivers. The climate and productions of those zones torrid zones. Abyssinia has pleasant climate and fertile soil. The people once professed to be Christians, but are as stupid and ignorant as heathens. They are so brutal as to eat raw flesh cut off the living animals. The people are continually quarreling, and the lives of men are no more regarded than if they were brutes. We don't need to play no games. Yeah, the book even talks about the southern states. You may now turn your map to the southern states, for I'm going to tell you about them. In these states, the climate is warmer than it is in New England and the western states because they lie so much farther south. Florida, which is the lowest of them, it reaches almost down to the tropic. In these states, especially in most of the southern ones, orange, lemons, and figs can be raised. The people do not live in little villages as much as they do in New England. They have large farms, sometimes are great many miles in extent, and these farms are called plantations. Sometimes a family of one of these plantations will not have a neighbor within 6 or 7 miles. The white people scarcely work at all here, but buy who they buy? Negroes to do their work. The one time the word Negro is mentioned, the Negro is in Africa. Sometimes one man will own several hundred of them. These Negroes do various things. The female and the little children are employed about the house. Far as there is such a large family of them, they must of course have a great deal to do. The men take care of plantation. You remember Holiday said over there on that show where he said the people didn't own them? Well, here you go. The Negro being owned and working these plantations. Golly, you got to be more careful. Sometimes they raise cotton on their plantations. This is sort of a bush. It bears the blossoms. And after the blossom, a pod which is full of cotton. At the proper time of the year, the Negroes, who picking the cotton? The Negroes pick the cotton off the cotton pods. And after that, the cotton has been cleaned and prepared and it is packed and sent away to Europe. When cotton is manufactured, here's a picture of some slaves. Sometimes they raise tobacco, which is also kind of small plant. The leaves of it are picked off and dried in the form of tobacco and snuff. And sometimes they raise rice. I told you about rice when I was teaching you in Asia. Many beautiful shrubs and plants grow at the south. They are not known to the north. There are in the woods white and yellow jasmines and flowers shaped like stars. And there are trees called magnolias, which are bear beautiful and very fragrant blossom, and many other plants which I have not now time to tell you about. These people at the south are said to be very warm-hearted and kind to strangers, so as to make you feel quite at ease in visiting them. That's an 1833 description of the races of men by Catherine and Harriet Beecher. That's what the fuck they said. You look these people up, you're going to see two white people. Now, you see people using this term often. American, pertaining to be American. A native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or the copper color races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. So, when you said the copper color races or the Aboriginals, we went back and defined who those people were. Now we're going to dig a little deeper because we really didn't get too far into the copper color shit. We just know where it came from, right? We got Kareemio talking this copper color slick shit all goddamn day long, and they love to use the 1828 dictionary. So let's go a little bit further now, because now we're explaining who people are in the world. Based on the races of people, now we have a clear indication. In colored persons and Indians, defined in the Code of Virginia, 1930, the General Assembly provides a legal definition of colored persons and Indians. This was one of the three so-called racial integrity laws passed in 1924 and 30 in Virginia. So, every person in whom there is ascertainably any Negro blood shall be deemed and taken to be a colored person. You just heard me mention who are Negroes. They say the Negroes are from Africa. In the last source, it gave a description of the races of men and told you that the Negroes were from Africa. Then it says this: every person, not a colored person, having 1/5 or more of American Indian blood should be deemed American Indian, except the members of the Indian tribes living on reservations allotted to them by the Commonwealth of Virginia. Having 1/4 or more blood, Indian blood, and less than 1/16 of Negro blood shall be deemed tribal Indians. So as long as they are domiciled in said reservations. As the sections read in the Code of 1887, having 1/4 or more of Negro blood were deemed colored, while under the Code of 1924, every person having 1/16 of blood or more of Negro blood was deemed colored. The amendment of 1930 was also added the last provision. In McPherson Commonwealth, it held that a woman whose father was white and whose mother's father was white and whose grandmother was of brown complexion was not a Negro in the sense of this section. Cited in Moon vs. Childs Holmes. Here we go. Colored persons and Indians defined. Y'all love the motherfucking snip shit and then try to hide shit and try to make up shit. That's what y'all do. But see, when we look at the work, that ain't what we getting. This is crazy. Now, I wanted to throw these things out here because now I want to deal with this whole term, right? This other word that we didn't see defined in anything that we put on the screen. And that's the Black Indians. What do we mean by the Black Indians? So there's this book out called Black Indians, a Hidden Heritage. Anybody remember that book? It's available to you in the link in the description. Yeah, you know, the one they love to put up and say Black Indians and then don't tell you what the fuck they mean by Black Indians. Well, we're going to see what the author means. He says, research in American history confronts one with some inaccurate traditional assumptions and vocabulary. Columbus believed he had landed in the East Indies, called the inhabitants Indians. His area has become so much a part of the language that today even many Native Americans accept it. I have used both designations. However, I have dropped some derisive terms as half-breed, renegade, and tribe in characterizing Native Americans and Africans. If Europeans came from nations, so too did non-whites. I have defined Black Indians as people who have a dual ancestry or Black people who have lived in for some time with Native Americans. When slaves escaped to the woods and joined or began remote communities, they are called by the Spanish term Maroons. In discussing the time when most foreigners and Americans came from either Europe or Africa, I have used such words as Spaniard or African. When it is clear they were born in the Western Hemisphere, I then use such term as white, Black, or Afro-American. I have designated only U.S. citizens as Americans, for that broad category belongs to all people of Americas. Despite their bias, I have had no choice but to accept Latin American, British colonies, and American Revolution because of other phrases would prove cumbersome or unclear. He defines it. He tells you the motherfuckers is biracial. They have African and then what we would deem Native American ancestry. That's who he talking about. I have been humbled by awesome task of rejecting bias in so explosive, controversial a topic, one people with so stormy a set of characters. In this story, even the simple question of criminality is open to interpretation. were those who escaped slavery seeking freedom or breaking the law. Were Black Indian Maroon settlements havens or self-determinations or conspiracies against the European state? One solution I've adopted has been to offer eyewitness accounts and to see that the neglected views of Africans and Native Americans are present. I have never sought a bland neutrality and have consoled myself that unbiased history has yet to be written in our world. This is a labor of love that is introduced to me by many exciting Americans it would have been interesting to meet. I have tried hard to balance opinions, present the contrasting views, manage personal feelings, and uncover some truths. This is a subject that deserves further investigation and synthesis. Clearly, people and events described in one chapter or even in part of one deserve far greater study. If this effort contributes to those ends, a personal goal will have been reached. Yes, William L. Katz's book, Black Indians. If you know I have a history, this is the book. Today, most Black Indians, what'd he say? Look at this. Watch this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Most Black Indians do not live in the forest or on the broad plains of the U.S. Most do not inhabit government reservations set aside for Native Americans any more than most Indians do. To be sure, they crowd, for example, the Shinnecock Reservation on New York's Long Island, but many more walk the crowded streets of the nearby New York City. They are found in the abundance in the cement caverns of Boston, Chicago, Denver, New Orleans, Cleveland, and Detroit. They have made a long march from farms, woods, and ranches to skyscrapers, subways, and ghettos. Most have arrived with only a faint recollection of the adventurous rural heritage and gallant ancestors. The people they met in school, at work, or play cannot appreciate their background because they know nothing about it. If you know I have a history, you will respect me. A Black Indian student told a conference of New York teachers, if you knew I had a history. See, he ain't claiming to be Aboriginal 2 decades ago. Her words still ring true. Those who assume that a people have no history worth mentioning are likely to believe they have no humanity worth defending. You remember the whole story about Black people in America early on? An historical legacy strengthens the country and its people. Denying the people's heritage questions their legitimacy. See, the Aboriginals have no history. They have no legacy. They have no defining factors. They haven't contributed shit to the world. They are non-existing. They contributed nothing to humanity. They are a new age piece of shit created by Caremio. Citizens celebrate this country's daring break from colonial rule and rejoice in the plucky Minutemen who challenged the British in Lexington and Concord. But a month before those historic skirmishes on the path to freedom, other Americans were pursuing the same goal. Slaves in Ulster County, New York, planned a massive armed rising. Perhaps they had heard the exciting patriotic talk about liberty and independence. Their liberation plot involved slaves in Kingston, Hurley, Marlborough, and upwards of 500 Native Americans. Unlike the Minutemen, their shot was not heard around the world. Their bold conspiracy never found its way in the history books. These dark people in Ulster County, like thousands of others mentioned in this book, made their contributions to freedom and to their immediate relatives and friends. But other Black Indians made a contribution to the entire U.S. society that deserves consideration. On the snowy night of March 5th, 1770, Crispus Attucks, I don't know why I said that. A Black Natick Indians stepped dramatically into U.S. history in Crispus Attucks in the history in Boston. He was the first to fall in the Boston massacre. Y'all remember him? The shit came up. Benson J. Luzon, the 19th century historian, transformed Attucks into a Nantucket Indian. To Luzon, it seemed wrong to a place of Afro-American with Native American blood at the daring first moment of American independence. Paul Cuffey, a Dartmouth Indian with African percentage, became a healthy merchant and ship owner in the early Massachusetts. He married Alice Pickett of his mother's Wampanoag Nation, but his great interest was in protecting fellow Afro-Americans from discrimination in the U.S., and he became the first Black man to sponsor a migration of U.S. Blacks to Africa. Womp, 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 womp. Silly abos. Tricks are for kids. In 1815, he personally paid for and led 38 settlers aboard the ship Traveler to Sierra Leone. Cuffey became the father of Black Back to Africa movements in this country. He would be a Black Indian. You see how that shit go? Y'all see how that shit go? Huh? Frederick Douglass, a slave runaway. He was mixed African and Indian and had some white ancestry, became the leading voice of Black America during the Civil War era and decades that followed. His creed, "If there is no struggle, there is no progress," has inspired reform and revolutionary movements ever since. Douglass' name and accomplishments now adorn most history texts. Langston Hughes, a poet of African American, like to trace his family tree back to the Pocahontas. In that tree also was a man who joined John Brown's famous raid of Harper's Ferry and another who became a Virginia congressman. Hughes, a prolific writer in poetry, plays, short stories, novels, autobiographies, and newspaper columns, became the proud voice of Harlem's, New York's Black community, ladies and gentlemen. Why are we playing this game? This book don't say shit about being indigenous, aboriginal, or native to motherfucking America. The guy makes zero argument that motherfuckers have already been here. He tells you immediately when he's defining Black Indians that they are of mixed ancestry. They are the people who admix with the Native Americans. They're at 2% of 44 million. One more time. They are the 2% of 44 fucking million. In the early centuries of their life in the Americas, Black Indians often created a society that might have been modeled for everyone. They demonstrated that there was another path through the wilderness than the one out by Europeans' lust for gold, land, and power. Their communities proved bigotry did not rise naturally from American soil, its plains and waters. Bigotry and the appetite for it were imported. They traveled the stormy Atlantic and were speedily transplanted and nourished by those who carried them over. If they had been on the mind to Europeans, might have learned something from the dark people they selfishly used. Instead, they gathered these people precious gifts and offered promises in return. Africans and Indians followed a tradition that rarely wrote matters down, but held to verbal promises. They met Europeans who wrote many things down, but failed to keep their promises or treaties. What followed in the New World was a titanic European battle for the control of dark people and natural resources. Europe marched out of its best soldiers to secure a continent and subdue its people. The result was unending conquest and agonizing slavery. But beyond the pain were armed Black Indian communities named Hide Me and the Woods Limit for Me. They were home for some of the earliest explorers and pioneers, families planned in the common defense. These settlements not only provided women with women with an equality and respect unheard of European society, but elevated some of the leadership. Two colonial Brazilian Black Indian communities were commanded by African women, and another African maroon settlement in 1826 in Brazil was ruled by a Black woman named Zeferina, who successfully led her forces against towns and plantations in Bahia. With the few weapons, these alliances in the woods challenged the footholds of Europeans built in the Western Hemisphere, using guerrilla tactics that would become famous in China. Let me get a swig of this Jesus juice. In Vietnam in our own century, red and black people defeated superior numbers and attempted to equip foreign armies. This they managed while moving their families out of harm's way. These dark liberators often proved that European rule in Americas amounted to a thin coat of white paint over a seething dark empire. Before, Patrick Henry shouted, "Give me liberty or give me death." Black Indian Maroons acted on this notion. Before Thomas Jefferson wrote, "All men are created equal," Black Indians turned a stirring phrase into a hard reality. Before the Declaration of Independence eloquently argued for a people's revolution against unjust authority, thousands of dark-skinned Americans had been fighting tyrants and slave hunters on 2 continents. The man said on 2 fucking continents. What other place was this type of tyranny and piracy transpiring? For their audacity, Black Indians faced a repression more ruthless, cruel than of King George III imposed on the 13 original colonies. They were forced to carry on the longest, bloodiest battle for the freedom in the Western Hemisphere. Repeatedly, they persuaded Europeans it was wiser than to grant them independence, sovereignty, and liberty than to continue wars. European powers often learned this lesson late, after they had wasted lives and fortunes on their idea that these free colonies could be easily destroyed. Maroon Wars outlasted the endless conflicts between rival European states. Neither side gave nor asked any quarter, and prisoners were few. Let me wrap this up on this source. For their part, Maroons, even when captured and facing a terrible death, try to protect their villagers. More than a century ago, a British report from Belém, Brazil, described how a captured Negro gave such an account of difficulties and dangers of a journey to his settlement that 33 out of the 40 enemy soldiers refused to accompany their captain. To prevent Africans and Native Americans from uniting, Europeans played skillfully on racial differences and ethnic rivalries. They kept the pot of animosity boiling. Whites turned Indians into slave hunters and slave owners, and Africans into Indian fighters. Light-skinned Africans were pitted against dark skins, free against enslaved, Black Indians against pure Africans or pure Indians. Those who have put history into books have emphasized the differences between Africans and Native Americans. For example, they have stressed that Europeans encountered Indians as distinct individuals and members of proud nations, and Africans as nameless slaves. Little mention is made of the enslavement of Native Americans, and nothing is said about the cultural similarities between the 2 dark peoples. In 1984, scholar Theda Perdue said, by emphasizing the actual exaggerated and imagined differences between Africans and Indians, whites successfully masked the cultural similarities of the 2 races as well as their mutual exploitations by whites. I'm going to pause here because now we have made a clear distinction of a 3-class system in early America. We have described through historical context and archaeological record that there were 3 people involved in the early Americas. They were the people who inhabited the land first, then the white people, and then the Black people. Now we have come to a point of admixture. The Black and the natives, the white and the natives, the the black and the white. But the core three groups of people, based on the racial pseudoscience of the European, their classifications reign supreme in every fucking description I have given you to this point, making a clear distinction who the natives or indigenous peoples were, defining what color, all of this shit. Negro, I can go define Negro. I could really define that shit. You don't want that smoke. And who the Europeans were. So Yodi, when you first proposed that North America was inhabited by Europeans, you lied. Or white, no, not Europeans, by white people, you lied. South America being inhabited by black people, you lied. Every source that I've said has put you and Caremio at odds with history. So what am I saying? Here is the origins of the Amerindians and the peopling of the Americas according to the HLA genes, admixture with Asians and Pacific people. Hold on. Y'all can't see the source. I know it. Let me get some more of the Jesus juice. Where I call them social media Indians. Let me zoom in. This is for Caremio, as he is the father of the pseudo shit that's going on. The classical three waves theory of American peopling through the Beringer was based on a mixed anthropolitical and linguistic methodology. The use of mtDNA, Y chromosome, and other DNA markers offers different resulting according to the different markers and methodologies chosen by different authors. At present, the peopling of Americas remains uncertain regarding time of population, number of people in waves, and place of people in interest, among other related issues. In the present review, we have gathered our most available HLA data already obtained about the first Native American populations, which raises some doubts about the classical three waves of American peopling hypothesis. In summary, our conclusions are: Northwest Canadian Athabascans have had gene flow with A, close neighboring populations B, Amerindians C, Pacific Islanders including East Australians and Siberians 2. The Beringer was probably not the only interest of people into America. Pacific Ocean boats trips may have contributed to the HLA genetic American profile, or the opposite could be true. 3, Amerindians' interests into America have been different to that of the Athabascans and Eskimos, and Amerindians may have been in their lands long before the Athabascans and Eskimos because they present altogether different set of HLA-DRB1 allele frequencies. Amerindians show very few particular alleles. Almost all are shared with other Amerindians, the Athabascans, and the Pacific Island and East Australians and Siberians. Our results do not support three-wave model of American peopling, but another model where the people interest is not only Beringer, but also the Pacific coast. Reverse migration, America to Asia, is not discarded, and different movements of people in either direction in different times are supported by the Athabascan population admixture with Asian Pacific populations and the Amerindians. The HLA variability is more common than the allele variability in Amerindians. Finally, it is shown that the genealogy analysis should be completed with the allele frequencies analysis and population relatedness in migration studies. I dare you to misconstrue what the fuck that I just read to you, because what's going to happen is it's going to beat you the fuck up. Period. Point blank. The Northwest Canadian Athabascans had a gene flow with a close neighboring population. Amerindians, Pacific Islanders, including East Australians and Siberians. The Beringer was not probably the only interest of the peopling. The Pacific Coast boat trips have contributed to the genetic American profile. Amerindians' interest to America may have been different of that of the Athabascans, and Eskimos and Amerindians may have been in their lands long before the Athabascans because they present altogether different sets of alleles or frequencies. Amerindians show very few particular alleles. All of this is repeat. Genes and languages do not correlate. Our results do not support a three-wave. This whole study is about a three-wave. It reduces down a three-wave. You better know how to listen. Because in 2019, that article came out. This first article was released. Hold on. In 2010. The second article was 9 years after. It says, Who people South America? New ancient DNA studies reveal continent's first inhabitants. Look at these copper-colored motherfucking people. Do they look like Yodi? Do they look like Vino? What about Top Cats? What about Aboriginal Power? What about Holiday? What about a Tachinus one? What about Snowflake? Pocahontas over there, Phoenix Moon. What about Dulcinea? What about Dots? What about Charisse? Do these people look like any of those people? Yo, Yodi, here go your copper color, motherfucker. You see it? Look at them closely. Here you go right here. Here go your copper color. Look at their skin tone, skin complexion. Look at their coarse hair like a tail of a fucking horse. Look at their wide noses, their lips, their cheek area, all resembling. Guess who features their resembling? Denovicin and Neanderthal, archaic human structures. They ain't even related, bro. So, the question of migrations. How did ancient peoples move in one region to another had previously been a dominion of archaeologists and linguists. However, as a result of rapidly advancing technology, the science of ancient DNA is marking the bold statements of where our ancestors settled and where they moved on to. One of the lead authors of the paper and the people in South America, Nathan Nakasuka, spoke to the Bogota Post on the important findings and the study of extraordinary potential for this new science. I'm just going to stop right here real quick. I wish I had a coloring book. This dumbass nigga in the chat. It's Father's Day. You gonna get this work, nigga. Carino got you niggas fooled. As a matter of fact, before I go here, let me do this.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the truth.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
So let's go. You see the source on the screen, walking it down like real G's. Reconstructing the deep population history of Central and South America. I'm about to walk you bitch ass niggas all the way up out of the Americas altogether. Show me where you could reside. This goes for Yodi. This goes for Top Cats. This goes for the research guy. This goes for Holiday, AP, A1, Dane Calloway, Smoke Signal, Phoenix Moon, Dulcinea. This goes for Sister Crackhead Bethy, Cosmon, OTK. Who we missing? Sachi, loud bitch ass. Alabama, Wale. This goes all 100 of them people, because it's literally like 100 of them. Literally. If you really put this shit in perspective, it's like 100 of them, but it just seemed like it's like thousands. And I'm talking about generally just speaking about this shit. It ain't a lot. Is you know, but just planting that seed and just having people hold up a minute, then I can understand a few thousands. Here we go. Here go the highlights from this 36-page article from this study that was done. Genome-wide analysis of 49 Central and South Americans up to 11,000 years old. 2 previously unknown genetic exchanges between North and South America. Distinct link between the Clovis culture-associated genome and the oldest South Americans, and a continent-wide replacement of Clovis-associated ancestry beginning at least 9,000 years ago are part of the highlights. This is the author's list And it continues on a whole nother page full of more fucking authors. You cannot run from a scientific study that is put together by a mass group of authors. I ain't even gonna get into the whole story because you're gonna die right here. We report the genome-wide ancient DNA for 49 individuals forming 4 parallel time transits in Belize, Brazil, and Central Andes, and Southern Cone, each dating to at least 9,000 years ago. The common ancestral population radiated rapidly from just one of the 2 early branches of what contributed to Native Americans today. We documented 2 previously unappreciated strings of gene flow between North and South America. One affected the Central Andes 4,200 years ago, while the other explains an affinity between the oldest North American genome associated with the Clovis culture and the oldest Central and South Americans from Chile, Brazil, and Belize. However, this was not the primary source of a later South American, as the other ancient individuals derived from lineages without specific affinities to the Clovis-associated genome, suggesting a population replacement that began at least 9,000 years ago was followed by substantial population continuity in multiple regions. Let's go for the knockout. Genetic studies of present-day and ancient Native Americans have revealed that the great majority of ancestry in indigenous peoples in non-archaic America derives from a homogeneous ancestral population. This population was inferred to have diversified 17 to 14,000 calendar years before present into 2 branches that have been called the SNA and the NNA. This is Ancestral A and Ancestral B. This is the Southern Native American group and the Northern Native American group. Some of y'all who are familiar with this term already know that I have a book. The name of the book is called Origins. We got a geneticist that deals with the work, published the book, and dropped the verbiage to where we should already know what's going on. An individual dating 12,000 years ago from Anzac Site in Montana, you know, up there where the Blackfeet people are, and associated with the Clovis culture was an ANCA lineage, which is also heavily represented in the present day Central and South America. Now think about this really briefly. Let me highlight it. An individual, let me zoom in. Let me zoom in. Y'all should see that. An individual dating the 12.9 to 12.7 BP before present from the Anzac Site in Montana and associated with the Clovis culture was on the ANCA lineage, which is also heavily represented in present-day Central and South Americas and in ancient Californians. Just this sentence right here alone says goodbye. Let me explain. Someone found in Montana has the genetic affinities and the cultural continuity with someone in Central America and South America and California. That in itself says we don't even need to argue no more. But we're going to entertain you stupid motherfuckers for the sake of it. In contrast, ANCB lineage ancestry is heavily represented in the Eastern North Americans and in ancient peoples of Southwest Ontario. The original studies that documented these two deep lineages fit models with Central and South Americans were of entirely ANCA ancestry. However, suggested that all Central and South Americans harbor substantial proportions of both ancestries, at least 30%. This is why in the previous article, when we were telling you about they didn't think of this three-wave narrative was bullshit, is because they seen the affinities align. The evidence began to expose itself, and we begin to know more about the peoples who inhabited the Americas first. Recent analysis have shown that some groups in Brazil share more alleles with Australians, indigenous peoples of New Guinea, the Ghanaians, the islanders of Alamas, the Australians. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? People in Brazil. Then it says, and 40,000 BP individual from northern China than they do. Guess what? They are more close related to them people on the islands. For the slow people that I was just mocking, I was trying to get my ling ling on, but I'm gonna get that in just a minute. Then they're doing South Americans. That's basically it. In short. Sean P. Sean, my peoples is from China, Sean P. I'm not African, Sean P. You are not a coincidence. Get on my nerves with this. You think everyone is African, Sean P? My sister told you. Y'all know Ling Ling. See, this is the stupidity. This is the stupidity and the audacity of ignorance from a motherfucker who just pops up and just starts spurting shit out in the chat and don't even know what the fuck is going on. You've been buried. You've been buried, nigga. The genetic ancestry of the peoples who populated the Americas has been confirmed. I ain't even moved the needle. I just read a little bit about one study about the people in Central and South America. You know, so now I'm going to bring y'all over to an article that I keep having, and that was 2019. In 2022, I keep going back to this 2022 article written by none other than Jennifer Raff. I'm not even going to waste our time on reading this shit because I've read this shit 4 times. And we got the book, and it's saying the exact same thing 3 years later than the previous article, but updating the information. We know for a fact that there were 2 migration waves into the Americas. You had a Northern American route, and you had a Southern Native American route. Both of these routes come from a group lineage up out of Eastern Asia and Siberia that comes into the Americas through the Beringer and the Pacific coastline, which we call the Kelp Highway, and populated North, Central, and South motherfucking America. They didn't see nobody here when they entered this bitch 23 to 30,000 years ago. They didn't find no niggas here. What are you saying, Sean? I'm going to just walk it right on down. Sean, tell them your Bantu language, Sean. Show them your Bantu language. Which Bantu language you speak, Sean? I'm speaking our indigenous language. English is our indigenous language. Tell them, AP. Tell them, A1. Sean P always talking DNA and talking this and that. Fuck Sean P. Hey, Sean P, that study you just put on the screen, Sean P. Can you go back to that study, Sean P? Let me see what that study say, Sean P. Nah, Sean P, don't say that, Sean P. How you gonna put up that study and then say that we wasn't here, Sean P? How you gonna say that when the study, we don't know where the study came from, Sean P? Like Sean P, like what was the determining factor in how they came to a conclusion on how we wasn't here, Sean P? Like, what does that say? Like, do you know? Because if I give you the book from Verrazano says that he saw black people when he came here, Sean P. That what Verrazano said. He said it. How you gonna get me to believe this? DNA. About 17,000 years ago on the western coast of present-day Alaska, the ice sheets began to melt. The first people expanded southward. This expansion left very clear imprints in the genomes of their descendants. Mitochondrial DNA lineages show us that after the last glacial maximum, people were suddenly and rapidly spreading out. Their populations were growing enormously and 60-fold between 16 to 13,000 years ago. This population explosion is exactly what we expected to see in the genetic record when people moved into new territories. Where resources are far less limited, there is no competition from other people, and the game animals have no fucking fear of humans, having never seen them before. Sean P, that ain't what the source say, Sean P. How do you know that the animals didn't have a fear for the peoples, Sean P? Because there was no competition for game. The animals had no fear. They were not being hunted. They looked at them like fucking complete strangers, like, who the fuck is you? When the genetic record tells us that there was no competing, one more time, that there was no competing peoples in the Americas at the time the first peoples populated and migrated and a boom in the population increased, that is a clear-cut, precise death blow to the Negroes who think they always been in the Americas before the first fucking peoples. Sean P, but Verrazano said, and Dukes, they said that they saw, I'm telling you what they said they saw, Sean P. You won't let me finish. You keep cutting me off. You won't let me talk, Sean. You said that the source say this. Okay, that's what this source say. But Verrazano said that they saw black people that been there for about 70 years. And that what this source say. That's the type of stupidity that comes out the mouth of a motherfucker who can't even fucking comprehend what the source just told you, because it gave you a date. And if you do 70 years from the date that they gave you, that puts you at 1492 when they was starting bringing motherfuckers over here just on some shit. And the motherfuckers that they was bringing early on, no, they were not slaves, but they were indentured people. Absolutely. Absolutely. But then you try to stretch it and make it seem like they've just been here and that they've been here and that these people are that people. Now they're Caribs. Now they're Arawaks. And they ain't even the fucking Arawaks or Caribs. This genetic explosion that occurred in the population proved that there was no competing peoples in the Americas to fight against. The damn animals didn't run, man. They didn't fear people. They seen these people like, damn. Have you ever walked into an area where there were animals in the area and they look at you like you crazy, like you didn't belong in the area? I know that because I've seen animals that had no fear of human presence. You look out of pocket to them and they looking at you like, shit, what the fuck you finna do? The story this rather dry genetic evidence reveals is breathtaking. When you stop to think about it, a small group of people survived one of the deadliest climate episodes in all of human evolutionary history through a combination of luck and ingenuity. They established themselves in a homeland from which their descendants, hoping to make a new and better life for themselves, ventured out to explore. Uh-oh. The East Eurasians and the Paleo-Siberians intermixed over here 40,000 years ago. Then they migrate on up and you get these people coming through, and then the ancestors of the first peoples, the ancestral Native Americans, make their way to the Americas. Roughly 36,000 years ago, a group living in East Asia began journeying east, eventually crossing the Beringer, present-day Alaska, where some populations expanded south as the ice sheets melted around 17,000 years ago. These descendants found new lands beyond their wildest expectations, entire continents possibly devoid. Yo, Vernell, devoid of people, lands to which they quickly adapted and developed deep ties. These ties persisted through the millennia into the present day and have not been severed despite climatic challenges and the brutality of colonialism, occupation, and genocide. Yodi, it was the nuclear genome from a small child who himself did not have any descendants that gave us the greatest insight into the fucking process. Karimio, did you know this as the father of the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Native American motherfucking people? That it was today's South Central Montana, 12,000 years ago, a child died. Based on the archaeological evidence, I imagine what happened at the Anzac site like this. This is based on the evidence. Like all the children, the 2-year-old boy was treasured by his people. To honor him, they buried him underneath a rock shelter with a great care and love, sprinkling his body with red ochre. Everyone in the community contributed to the toolkit that he would take with him until the afterlife. Some placed carefully flaked finished tools, projectile points, knives, and scrapers for hides. Others left the cores that he would need to make new ones. His parents placed carved elk bone rods into the grave to mark his connection to the ancestors. This burial site was honored by the descendants for the generations who paid their respects to the boy every time they passed it. 2,000 years later, when another boy was suddenly taken from his family, they derived some comfort by burying him close to their ancient ancestor for protection. These graves of these two children were found accidentally by a construction worker in 1968. Because they were found on a private land, their remains were not under the purview of the law that requests consultation and repatriation with affiliated tribes. Nevertheless, after the genome of the 2-year-old had been sequenced, researchers consulted with indigenous peoples in Montana, including the Blackfeet, Confederate Salish, and the Kutuna tribes, the Grosvetri tribe, the Sioux and the Assamans tribe, the Crow tribe, and the Northern Cheyenne tribe. The tribes agreed that the children should be reburied in a safe place near the original graves, and their wishes were followed shortly after the publication after the study. The children are referred to by archaeologists as Anzac 1, the 2-year-old boy, and Anzac 2, the 7 or 8-year-old boy, who was buried there later. Anzac 1 was special not only to his parents and relatives, both in the past and across time, but also to the fucking scientific community across the world. Shout out to Anzac 2. As a 2-year-old child, you have did something that no other person among you has done. You have restored the identity of the first peoples who populated the Americas. So shout out the Anzac 1. Although you were a 2-year-old child and you don't have any descendants, the mere fact of your burial and the accidental discovery of your burial led to something more prominent for your people. It answered questions and it restored presence. Even in the bullshit misrepresentation of evidence presented today, they cannot defeat a 2-year-old boy. Not Vernell Abraham, not Yodi up under his old lady name, Yolanda Jones, not Top Cats, not Dane Calloway, not AP, not A1, not Smoke, not Sachi, not OTK, not Cosmo, not Dulcinea, not Sharice, no one from the Unscrambled Minds. There is not an abo in the abo community that can defeat the Anzac 1 2-year-old child. Not one. This nigga said Top Cat's got the streets on fire. On fire with what? What he got the streets on fire with? Who the fuck know him? It's people that I talk to on a day-to-day basis don't know shit about him. Nothing at all. The only reason you know him because you pseudo. He can't defeat a 2-year-old child. Why he can't defeat him? Because his remains were dated between 12,707 to 12,556 years ago, making him the oldest known person in the Americas. The only person who lived during the Clovis period whose remains are known to have survived to the present day. His genome was also the first ancient Native American genome to have been completely sequenced, and it has given us important insight into the first people's movements in the Americas. How the fuck is y'all indigenous to this motherfucker? You can't even defeat a 2-year-old child. Womp, 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 womp. So just a few days ago, about a month ago, a few weeks, a DNA study fills gaps in indigenous American ancestry. A new genetic study has traced prehistoric human migration from Asia to North and South America. The findings are helping underrepresented indigenous groups understand their ancestral origin. Look at this copper-colored motherfucker right here on the screen. You got Negroes in America in the black community claiming to be this motherfucking copper colored mofo on the screen. You got people in the chat. Really, it's only like 4 because that's how big of the population it is. If it's 40 people in the chat, 4 of the 40 people, 10% of the people in the chat listening to this bill are going to be these fake ass pretendians. None of them got any evidence, and they just going to talk you to death. They're going to start at A, and in the middle of starting at A, they're going to go to B to Z. You ain't even got the C. They done skipped every other fucking thing. You ain't dealt with A, but they got you at Z. They can't tell you how they came to America, how they got here. They can't even give you the evidence. So the first people to inhabit the Americas migrated from modern-day Russia 20 to 30,000 years ago. Published on May 15th in the Journal of Science, the study suggests that the languages and traditions of indigenous groupings in the Americas today can trace back to the early settlers. Traces of their culture exist in the genes of modern indigenous groups. We can't get the indigenous genes of Abraham or Yodi or any other, or Mark, or anybody else that they got in their communities. Zero, zilch. Vasa, tell him again. Tell him again, Vasa. That's how you know he's, you know what I mean? Yeah. Vino gay. Vino gay. Yeah. Wale can't defeat a 2-year-old. His old bitch ass is in the chat. I'm being very disrespectful. Very disrespectful to them. Any anti-African sentiment, any one of y'all portraying to be indigenous to the Americas, we pissing on you. We pissing on you if you're on fire. Fuck you. The study found that the early settlers split into 2 groups that became isolated in different environmental settings. The findings provide a new genetic and cultural understanding of present-day South American communities. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Body bag flow. It fills the key gaps in our understanding of how the diverse populations of present-day South America came to be. Yep. We ain't even got to go no further. We ain't got to go no further. Researchers sequenced the genomes of 1,537 individuals from 139 ethnic groups in Northern Eurasia and the Americas. They compared the millions of tiny variations in their genes of modern-day indigenous peoples to the ancient DNA. From the peoples to arrive in the Americas, creating a genomic data set from the people previously underrepresented in ancestral science, tracing how these genetic codes changed in people from different geographical regions and various indigenous groups allowed them to study patterns of population history, migration, and adaptation over thousands of years. Our genetic analysis of indigenous groups is crucial because their genomes carry unique insights into the earliest human history in a region. Their analysis appears to corroborate existing archaeological evidence showing the first peoples in the Americas diverged from the North Eurasian between 19,000 to 26,800 years ago. These dates are consistent with a large body of archaeological evidence. By comparing genetic data sets, researchers said that they have been able to find the closest living relatives of indigenous North Americans and West Beringer groups, such as the Inuit, the Koryaks, and the Lorovatalans. Beringer was an ice bridge between modern-day Russia and North America during the last glacial. Look at that rock art. Lo and behold, this shit wasn't done by you, fake-ass abos. The Gurusawa and Kim's study found that the early settlers had arrived in South America and then split into 4 distinct groups: the Amazonian, the Aden, the Chaco Amerindian, and the Patagonian. They each became isolated in different environments. Satuno told DW these groups of hunter-gatherers probably divided to occupy new territories, generate new family groups, and avoid isolation. Kurosawa believes the new genetic data shows natural barriers such as the Amazon rainforest and the Andes mountain range led to the isolation of the individuals' groups. This made their genetic makeup more uninformed, similar to what is seen on the islands of populations. Kurosawa says, "Look at this lady here. Look at her. Huh? Let me stop the video real quick. Yeah. Let me do this. Let's see what she got to say. I'm going to have to do it at 29 seconds, but no, this ain't a YouTube video. Let's cut the music out, though.
Dentro de las comunidades tenemos muchas necesidades porque las comunidades estamos obligados por el gobierno central.
Whoa. Watch him. He's coming in hot.
Dentro de las comunidades tenemos muchas necesidades porque las comunidades estamos olvidados por el gobierno central.
Hey, coming in hot. Let's go back to it. Look at this shit. Look at this. Watch him when he come in hot. Man, look at these copper-colored people. Boy, look at these copper-colored people. And then we got Vino and them in the chat trying to steal these people's shit.
Dentro de las comunidades tenemos muchas necesidades porque las comunidades estamos olvidados por el gobierno central.
Nosotros los comunicadores somos quienes estamos con las comunidades, vivimos ahí, procedemos de ella.
No somos la voz de los pueblos, sino más bien que debemos llevar los medios hacia los pueblos, ¿no? Y permitir que ellos hablen, que ellos digan lo que sienten, lo que piensan, que ellos muestren su cultura.
Visibiliza nuestra lucha también y creo que seguir abriendo caminos dentro de este festival en diferentes espacios nos enriquece.
Para defender el territorio, para reivindicar los derechos, reivindicar la identidad y defenderse del poder multinacional y de los estados.
Pero creo que hay que dar un salto cualitativo, ¿no? Hay que empezar a producir productos de comunidad.
Everybody that they showing are copper colored, coarse hair, wide noses, these broad lips, and they are still the relatives of the people in the area today. They're translating it on screen. They're telling you that they need to start producing and speaking for themselves. Speaking about their indigenous culture and where they come from. Just look at them.
Educación de calidad.
Nos avergonzamos. Viene la discriminación, viene el racismo. ¿Y a qué se debe todo ello?
Yo pienso que los pueblos indígenas tienen mucho que enseñarle al mundo en cuanto a el cuidado del medio ambiente, en cuanto a sabiduría tradicional.
En este espacio, por lo menos de alguna manera, visibilizar que los pueblos indígenas estamos presentes y que no solo somos problema, que también somos propuesta.
They killing Vino. They killing Vernell. They killing Vernell. They killing Vernell. They were talking about the importance of their work. Ancient gene mutations affect modern South Americans' health. The study found that indigenous groups have distinct traits, which have evolved through their adapting to extreme environments and long-term isolation from other groups. For instance, a group of Andean highlanders carries a gene mutation that helps them adapt to low-level oxygen. Mutations in the gene the EPAS1 stimulate new blood vessels formation and produce more red blood cells from the EPAS1 mutations have been found in people from Tibet. As people adapt to diverse and often extreme environments like high altitudes or cold climates, their genomes evolve accordingly. Previous studies have found genetic variations among Brazil's indigenous groups may have caused them to respond differently to the medication for blood clots or high cholesterol. Kim says new research has revealed more than 70 gene variations that could increase people's vulnerability to emerging infectious diseases. Many of these populations are already small. It's critical to provide tailored healthcare and disease prevention efforts to support their well-being, Kim said. This is from the North Asia to South America, tracing the longest human migration through genetic sequencing. So now, we are almost, this is the one source right here. So we're going to get into that. We're now walking down the long green mile up into an article that I posted on the Mossy community post page the other day, which was a 6,000-year-long genomic transit from the Bogota out to Plano reveals multiple genetic shifts in the demographic history of Colombia. In short, this evidence pushes the Aboriginals out of the way. This inserts and argues the evidence for the indigenous peoples who populated the Americas before there was an arrival of any person that would be named or deemed black. As I told y'all before, just a few moments ago, about a 2-year-old child. With the help of this 2-year-old child found in western Montana, people in California, Central, and South America have that 2-year-old child to think. If you read the comment section, I dropped pieces of this particular article out there. But I didn't do this. We report data from 5 archaeological sites on the Altiplano encompassing an ancient genomic time transit of around 5,500 years. The generated data set includes 700 gathered individuals for the pre-ceramic period, 9 individuals from the Hera period, 3 individuals from the associated both initial and final phases of the Muskua culture, and all of the Bogota Plateau, the 2 individuals from the further north in the Los Cores areas associated with the Guana populations, the Guani. To obtain these data, we extracted DNA from the petrous portions of the temporal bone and teeth, generated double-stranded genetic libraries, and captured them from both to complete the empty DNA and target set of 1 million genome-wide single nucleotide polymorphisms. We sequenced the libraries of Illumina platforms, resulting in SNP coverage between 177,000 and 912,000 SNPs. We further evaluated the aDNA authenticity through mtDNA and X chromosome contamination estimates, which were found to be in all cases below 4 to 5% respectively. We projected to generate the ancient genome-wide data onto a principal components analysis built with the variations of 1,240K S&Ps on a worldwide modern-day population. All individuals fell within the expected variation of modern-day Native Americans, further confirming the absence of a substantial contamination with the non-Native American ancestries. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen this picture here. This picture is a death blow to the abo. You know, the motherfucker in the chat that goes by the name of Renell that loves to talk about seeing the Pacific Ocean, which is right here. This is the Pacific, right? This is Panama, right? That Isthmus Canal that they're talking about. Over in here, this little island where they were taking black people and putting them at, right here too, right? You got these black people in a certain part, you know who else from Panama? You know who else from Panama? She still in the chat. Y'all know who else from Panama, right? Melanated goddess from Panama. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look at him. I'm going to show y'all real quick. I'm going to show y'all a motherfucker arguing from ignorance. Before I move on to anything, I need to highlight this. Watch this. Let me get to the comments over here in the StreamYard. Let me see. Let me see. We got science on the screen. And let me put this comment up here. I want to show y'all something because he keeps saying this. Where it go? He keeps saying this right here. This is the nihilist at an all-time high. His name is Abraham. Vernell Abraham. There's not an indigenous person in the Americas from North to South America, the bottom of South America, named Vernell. Ever. He keeps talking about the evidence that has been found, and he keeps saying, but they saying found, they saying found, they saying found. You just keep repeating found in the motherfucking chat. Like, you that remedial, bro, that you don't understand how evidence is portrayed. Yodi, bro, respectfully, bro. Yo, I've been letting you say stupid shit all day long, but respectfully, bro. If you fucking say one more time that what the Atlantic slave trade was, after I done already had you read what the fuck the transatlantic slave was, if you say that dumbass shit again, bro, you might as well just go home, bro. Pack up. Just pack up, bro. You stupid as fuck. Then look, this also how stupid he is. He went to 17,000 years ago to prove his point. No, I didn't go to 17,000 years ago to prove my point. I went to a child's burial ground that was found in 1968 that led us back to at least 12 to 12,500 years ago. That body's been sitting there for almost 12,500 years. See, that goes to show me, that lets me know that you have a listening comprehension problem. I literally just showed you a source that said a child's body was found in 1968. That body ended up being groundbreaking. That body went back to 12,500 years ago. That's an old ass body found intact. And they were able to extract DNA from the body, the bones. They were able to sequence it, and it provided a deeper picture and image. Me going back 17,000 years ago was about archaeological evidence showing the split, the ice age, and the evidence that pursued behind it. See, everything that I talked about today, I'm dealing with evidence, not a belief, not a thought, or not this motherfucker who ass y'all kiss called Karimio, who is the father of all y'all bullshit. See, Vino, you just came in the community less than a year ago. Nobody knew who you was. You just started hearing some shit, which means you probably just got out of penitentiary, right? And you're trying to get your footing back, but you had been hearing some slick shit, so you was just trying to look into it. Now all of a sudden you think that after listening for a month or two of some slick shit, that you can actually sit here and try to manipulate the sources to say whatever the fuck it mean, and you never read the fucking sources and you take them all out of context. Vernell. See, you thought we wouldn't find your name, Vernell. You thought that you could hide behind this persona of a so-called rapper or musician. And then you seen Vasa, who is really from Oklahoma, who really got that shit in him, and he knew the history like he knew the history, and now you was trying to battle him at first. Now you need help from him. But even the help that you're asking of him still ain't helping you prove that you've been here. Because all the help you extracting from him is showing you that you ain't even a kin to Abraham. Just because your last name Abraham don't make you kin to Abraham. Your slave owner's name was Abraham. Do you want to go? You want me to stop the show and go there, nigga? Huh? Do you want me to go there, nigga? Do you want to talk about how you got that name? Sean P, don't do that, Sean P. Don't do that, Sean P. Don't put my peoples on the screen, Sean P, and start talking about my people, Sean P. Do not tell them who my ancestors are, Sean P. I'm gonna come see about you, Sean P. I ain't scared. I ain't scared to go back to prison, Sean P. I ain't scared to go back to prison, Sean P. Don't expose my people, Sean P. I've been trying to say that I was a Seminole for last year, and now you're trying to take that from me, Sean P. You're trying to take me calling myself a Seminole. Crying there, looking at bitch in the chat. You hear every week trying to learn something. And then when you learn something, you try to act like you ain't learn that shit, and then you want to deny what the fuck we teaching over here. We told you that you African. We told you that you of African descent. We told you that you come from the motherland. You told us your daddy had some motherfucking DNA going back to Mali. That was bullshit, Cap. But we let you say it because it still put your dumb ass in Africa. Give me a second, y'all. Let me show y'all something. Need to close out of some of this shit. I got way too much shit up. Hold on. Somebody tell Vernell how he got his last name Abraham. Who want to tell Vernell how he got his last name Abraham? Who want to do it? Who want to do it? Who want to tell Vernell how he got the name Abraham? Anybody? A white man. He got the name Abraham from a white man. He owned their ass. He owned their ass. Abraham Jefferson Shea. He was a governor. Oklahoma. It's how Vernell get Abraham. He gonna lie and tell you something else. He gonna say that his last name Abraham came from somebody else's name who was Abraham at the beginning. Come on, come on. Tell these people how you got that white man name as your last name. Come on. But you want us to think that you got the name because Abraham escaped slavery and ended up in Pensacola in 1826. That's what you want us to think. You want us to think that because that's what type of time you on. You want to be like, I'm a black Seminole, so I got the name Abraham from the black Seminole who escaped slavery. What the fuck he doing escaping slavery? Huh? What he doing escaping slavery? Because he was African. He was African. And he had Indian ancestry. He's mixed. You want to claim this? You want to claim this dude so bad, bro. You want to claim this dude so bad, bro. So bad. That you willing to leave. You willing to leave this part of the history out of it. African Seminole. African Seminole communities. You want to leave the fucking African out of it so bad, bro. So bad, bro. You don't even want to deal with that. You didn't even get the name Abraham from him. You got the name Abraham. Your last name come from a white man that owned y'all. He owned your peoples. You don't even know your great-great-grandfather's first name. But you online running around here with this whole makeshift story because there's some people that are actually African and of native ancestry in Oklahoma that you trying to align yourself with and claim that shit. You a bogus fraud, Vernell. You want us to really think that you come from that Abraham who escaped slavery? He was enslaved? Huh? Who is Abraham say? Vasa, who is Abraham say? Can you tell us who Abraham say is? Anybody know who Abraham Jefferson say is? Let's get to it. I'm gonna show you how much Vino grandparents love this man right here. This is what Vino get his name from right here. Sir Francis Drake didn't help you, Vino. Verrazano didn't help you, Vino. Christopher Columbus didn't help you, Brunel. And none of that shit helped you, bruh. None of it. None of it. I wasn't even trying to talk about you today. But you in the chat just talking stupid. You in the chat talking stupid. And my whole show, you a son of Karemio. All you Negroes talking at you indigenous, you been here type shit. Y'all are sons to Karemio. Ain't shit about y'all authentic. You sons to Karemio. Give me a second while I get my source up. Yeah. 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 Look at your daddy. Damn, I mean, yeah, I did. Look at your daddy. Look at Vino daddy. Yeah. Look at your daddy. You don't want to talk about your daddy? Huh? You don't want to talk about your daddy? He was an American lawyer, soldier, judge, and politician. Say attained the rank of colonel in the Union during the American Civil War. Later say would serve as associate justice on Oklahoma Territory Supreme Court as the second governor of Oklahoma Territory. You want to talk about your daddy? Here you go. Go your daddy right here. This Cracker Jack right here. Here you go. What you know about him? What you know about him? What you know about him? This is his daddy right here, y'all. Look at this. During his tenure as governor, he oversaw the opening of the land run of the Cheyenne Arapaho Reserve on April 19, 1892. He oversaw the creation of 6 new counties, selecting county seats, appointing county officials. It's him. He the man. It's him. They took his name from him. It wasn't because of no biblical. Y'all didn't name yourself Abraham because on some biblical shit. Y'all got y'all name from a white man. Your last name from a white man. Ask your daddy's daddy's daddy, nigga. White man. So what you're trying to say, Sean P, is you're trying to say that my peoples don't come from the Seminoles, and you're trying to say that my people is from their slave master was Abraham. You trying to say that? Is that what you're trying to say, Sean P? Because my peoples are from Florida, Sean P. My peoples, they from South Carolina. Okay, they from South Carolina, and then they went to Florida, and then that's where Abraham, who my great ancestor, he did his shit, and he etched his name in stone, and them was my peoples, and then we came to Oklahoma from Florida, so that's how I got the name. And you telling me I didn't get the name like this? That's foul, Sean P. Like, that's fucked up. So look at him lying. Watch him lie. If he say anything in the chat, he lying. Just watch the chat. I'm putting it on the screen. He gonna avoid all that. And look how dumb Yodi is. Yodi says ham equals black. Nigga, shut that biblical bullshit up. Goofy ass nigga running around here talking about ham equals black. Where the fuck does ham equal black at, nigga? Where does ham equal black? Sean Perry. Okay, I let you disrespect me once, Sean Perry, but you did it 3 times. And now I'm gonna clip you up and I'm gonna play this shit back and I'm gonna show you that you're wrong, Sean P. Watch. Vasa, can you hop on my live tonight? I'm gonna be live right after this nigga. Can you hop on my live, Vasa, and help me out? Pussy ass. Telling you, he can't deal with the fact. The mere fact that him and Yodi is in the chat is fucking laughable. Oh, you saying this people twerked in the Congo Square? Oh, wow, that's even more disheartening. He don't even know what the Congo Square is, though. Look at this dumbass nigga in the chat. Abraham equals ham equals African Negro. What the fuck? Just Yodi, shut up. He said the definition of ham equals African Negro. Yodi, I bet you $1,000 you can't prove that. I bet you $1,000 to your $100 that you can't prove that. Even V-Note ain't even agreeing with you. Vernell mad in a motherfucker. Vernell mad. This wasn't even about you. You made the last 20 minutes about you because you wanted to talk shit in the chat. I was kind of let y'all bitch ass niggas ride out. But, you know, y'all came over here with y'all bullshit. And so, you know what I'm saying? You were trying to distract the chat from learning about this pussy ass nigga Carino, who seems to be the leader, the father, you fuckers. And can't none of y'all get around it. Exactly. Dumb and dumber. Facts. Dumb and dumber. Boy, dumb as a box of rocks.
Hey, but you know you fucked up, right? You know you fucked up, right?
We can't even hear you. Get your shit together. We can't even hear you. Make sure your shit together. I'm finna bring your ass back. You opened your mic and we couldn't hear shit. Hold on 1 second. This nigga said, pull up the etymology of ham. To commit another etymological fallacy?
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Hey, Mossy, I thought you was a Mossy warrior. I thought you was Mossy. I thought you was something. You reaching hard. You know you fucked up, right? Oh man, here we go with this shit again, man. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy, man. This is out of the world crazy. Oh, you got the YouTube in the background going. You just crazy. You focus, nigga. Bring your work. Bring your work. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Let's try this. Let's try it one more time. Hold on, I might be breaking up on y'all. Let me know if y'all can hear me. We're gonna try to bring this. We're gonna try to bring this fake ass Seminole back. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Am I good? It's great. Yodi said, y'all don't believe in the Bible? Conversation over for Yodi. He gets, it's over for Yodi. He's done. Yodi is done. So you got some evidence you want to share? Hey man, he putting out fake evidence.
I asked you a question.
I said, do you have some evidence to share?
Hey, he's selling y'all fake dope.
Do you have some evidence to share? If you don't have evidence to share, what you hitting the link for? Because you can't challenge what's been presented because you have nothing. You ain't no different than this nigga in the chat talking about I don't believe in the Bible. You hear this nigga in the chat? This one of your niggas right here. He said you believe in the Bible, Vino?
I don't know Yodi. I don't know Yodi.
Question.
But Yodi on your bumper though, he got you doing study hall. He got you in study hall.
He got me doing nothing. Do you believe in the Bible, Vernell?
I know of the Bible.
No, I said, do you believe in the Bible, Vernell?
Nah, I don't believe in the Bible.
All right, then. He on his own. So do you got some motherfucking evidence about anything presented today? Even how you got your last name. Even how you got your last name.
You know you fucked up, right? You know I got you clipped up.
You know you fucked up.
You know,
no, you know you fucked up.
You know you missed, right? You know you missed. You know you missed. You thought you had a headshot? You thought you had a headshot, huh?
You just came over here to you're emotional. Come back when you got a source, nigga. You want to put on the screen. I ain't got time to go back with you about something you claiming somebody missed on. Nigga, fuck out of here. Go do your show. That's what you do. Go do your show. Go get your 5 views. Yeah, I know you want to hang out, bro. I ain't finna hang out with this motherfucker. Like, we ain't cool. He the ops. Fuck, I'm finna hang out with him for. Think we just finna sit up here and just kiki and hee and ha ha. I ain't doing none of that shit with you, nigga. Fuck out of here. You got some information? Let's get to your information. We ain't friends. Appreciate that, Yodi. It's about the only thing you said that was truthful. It's about the only truthful shit you said all day, Yodi. This nigga in the chat, he ran. Hell yeah, I'm finna kick this nigga off the panel, bro. He ain't got no, man, don't hit my link, bro. You ain't trying to argue this information. I just put up some dope studies, scientific studies, some archaeological records, what's known as historical evidence, and then this nigga want to come up here and talk about some bullshit. Like, no, if you got something to say, bro, go against what the fuck I just did, bro. I just went against y'all daddy. I just put information up that supersedes your daddy because he's sitting there playing them games. And then you want to come up here and talking about me. Nah, run your evidence, nigga. What did I miss? Run your evidence. Come show me what I missed, bro. Come share your screen. I'm going to mute the fuck out and let you talk, bro. I'm going to give you 20 minutes. Untapped. We're gonna let you rock out. You come up here and you ready to share your screen, I'm going to mute the fuck up and let you go. Challenge anything that I said today. Even your last name that we know you got from the white man. Then you got Vino, you got not Vino, you got Yodi in the chat talking about the Bible and shit. This motherfucker Yodi all over the place. How the fuck, Yodi, how the fuck you supposed to be from South America and indigenous to South America, and that's where all the black people was. How the hell you get the Bible, Yodi? How the hell you get the Bible, bro? Somebody came to America with that shit and dropped it off. I'm just going by what you claim based on your logic. See, when you start comparing what you said to us versus what the fuck you saying in the chat, this shit don't even add up, bro. You all over the place because you're a person that said that you was already here. So how the hell did you get the Bible? And then you're asking us if we believe in that bullshit. So I'm gonna try this one more time. The man is back. We want him to share his screen. And we want to listen to what the fuck he got to say. Uninterrupted. Is you ready to do that? I'm finna give you the floor, uninterrupted. Is you ready to share your screen and refute anything that I said?
He lied on the stand. He ain't credible no more.
I'm
He
finna
ain't
ask
credible.
you one more time.
He lied. He lied.
Prove it.
He lied.
Prove
He
it.
ain't credible.
Prove it.
He ain't credible.
Prove it. Prove it.
You done.
Prove it.
I
Prove
just
it.
want to let the people know that you lied.
Okay. So some more of that shit. If I lied, prove it. He dipped. I brought him back and he dipped. Listen, bro. I'm not difficult to deal with, bro. If you got some information, I'm gonna let you share your information and I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Because I learned something when I was fucking with Yodi. I learned something. I'm like, you know what? If I don't overtalk Yodi and I just let Yodi say whatever the fuck he gonna say, that's it. That's all that matters. But here we go. You said that I lied. Now demonstrate with evidence where I lied.
Nah, connect me to that white boy.
I just did, nigga.
Nah. What?
That's how you got your name.
Wikipedia?
No,
Connected me?
you got Abraham from a white boy.
Wikipedia?
No, you got Abraham. No, you got Abraham from a white boy. So again, you said I lied. Listen, if you came here to talk, I ain't listening to you talk. If you came here to teach and correct me, I'm here for you to teach and correct me. Prove me wrong. If you didn't come from the white boy, where did you come from? Let's go. Where your evidence at? Let's go. Let's go. Share your screen, nigga. Start teaching.
The ancient Floridians.
No. Share your
screen.
No. I'm not listening to none of that. I'm not letting you talk. Share your screen, and then I'm gonna shut the fuck up when I see your screen shared. Until then, I'm not letting you say shit because I ain't trying to hear shit you gotta say. I ain't your friend. We ain't cool.
The book of the strictly ghetto Injun.
If you came here to prove me wrong right here. I'm finna give you the time and the place. I'm finna shut the fuck up. You go.
The book of the SGIs where the sources is.
Bro. He in the back. I put him in the back. Then he dipped. All I'm trying to do is have an intellectual conversation with a motherfucker. I don't want to go back and forth. I want the intellectual conversation, which means that I didn't already share sources and information and provided the sources and information. If you got a problem with anything that I've demonstrated during this show at any given point, refute it. Because if I pull up on your panel and I'm dealing with you about a specific topic or something that you said, I ain't coming on there to talk, nigga. I'm coming to teach. So I want people to give me the same respect that I'm trying to give you. So when I pull up, you shut the fuck up and listen to this teaching. If you ain't gonna do that, there ain't nothing to talk about. Cause you just talking. You just talking. I ain't got time for that. The people ain't got time for that, bro. They want to hear how I'm wrong. They ain't trying to hear shit you talking about. Let me show y'all something about this nigga talking about the book of SGI. Ain't that what he said? The book of SGI? Look at this shit. Look at this. You ain't shown no source.
What are you talking about? You show the source. You ain't showing no source. Look at this shit. Look. The Book of SGI is common thought, unofficial. Term used to refer to the body of literature and materials used by members of the Soka Gakkai International. This body of work focuses on the teachings of Nichiren Buddhism, particularly as interpreted and practiced by the SGI. It includes various books, articles, and study materials that guide members in the Buddhist practice. This is why I said you should share your screen, because if you're referring to something other than this, the people want to know. The people want to know. So you, not me, you have to come up here and you have to teach the people. Vino ain't shared a source. He ain't shared no source. What source have his Vino shown? Enlighten me. Every time he done came up here, he done said something and I got rid of him because I ain't trying to talk to him. I want his source to do the talking. And he won't have a source. Now he says, look at this. Can't make this shit up. I'll never show sources over here again. You're going to have to pay me. Why the fuck would I pay you for you misrepresenting the source? Every time you've shown a source, it's went against you. Every time you've shown a source, the source is went against you. He just want to do all that talking, not a coincidence. Juju said he ain't got shit, Sean. That's what Juju said. Juju said he ain't got shit. You right. He ain't got nothing. Public Enemy said, Neck, you gotta let a hoe be a hoe. That's player right there. You gotta let him be it. You gotta let him be it. Going out sad and bad. That's crazy. That's crazy work right there. The mere fact that you know what I'm saying, you want to come on my platform and you want to be in the chat and you want to talk all that shit in the chat, and then somebody dropped a link on you and then you want to hit the link and then you just want to gossip. When y'all be dropping the link over there, when y'all be on Smoke Signal channel and y'all be on APNM channel, when I pull up, bro, not me, it ain't just me, bro. It ain't me. When YK pull up, when Nak pull up, when Shy pull up, when Lucky pull up, when Robert Lee pull up, when Willie pull up, when everybody pull up on y'all platforms, bro, we come with the sources and we ready to build on the information and get it right then, live, fair and square. But y'all want to do everything to deter us from correcting y'all live on those platforms. So if I say something wrong and I get something wrong, guess who don't mind being corrected? And we doing this shit live. Me. I'm going to let you correct me. But if in your correcting me and you misrepresenting your source, then that's when the war begins. Because now I'm going to expose you trying to play games with me and my intelligence. I ask you politely to share your fucking source. Put your shit on the screen and let's get to it.
Nigga, let's set up a time and date, nigga. Let's set up a time and date and get to it, nigga.
We're
Let's
ready
have the
right
time
now.
and take to get to it,
We're ready
nigga.
right
Nah,
now.
man, I'm fit to
We're
go.
ready right now. No, I ain't don't make no
No, I'm
excuse.
fit to go.
We're ready
I
right
ain't
now.
get on my laptop
We
right
ready
now. I'm fit
right
to
now.
go.
We ready right now. Then goddamn go. Goddamn go. You finna go, goddamn go. Ain't no sense of you hitting the link to come back to say that. Ain't no sense in you hitting the link to come back and say that. Fuck you mean? Get ready to go. You still sitting in the back, bitch ass nigga. Take your motherfucking ass on. I'm ready right now. I'm ready right now, nigga. 500. What's up?
Nigga, what's up, nigga? Let's get it done.
Let's do it. That's it. In the store.
Nigga.
What time? What time?
12 o'clock.
What time? Hold up. My bad. I hit the button twice. There you go. What time?
Yeah, 12 o'clock.
So you want me to stay up to midnight to argue
Well,
with
fuck it,
you?
nigga, let's do it tomorrow, nigga.
About what? No, I gotta work, nigga. So
I gotta work too.
You want me to stay up to midnight and argue with you about what?
Nah, man, I'm finna go do something, man. But I'm saying, nigga, let's get there, though. Nah, nigga, let's get there. Let's set up a time and date.
What's the topic? Are you slow or are you deaf?
Oh, okay. We definitely doing niggas found in America and the Black Seminoles, nigga. What? Or we can just do found, nigga, whichever one you want to do, nigga. Whichever one you want to do, nigga.
You need some time. Mika said give you next weekend. That's what Mika said. Mika said do it next weekend. She don't think you're ready.
I'm ready.
If you was ready, nigga, you would have did it already. I've been live.
I got the sources, nigga. I got the sources, nigga. Look at the strictly ghetto engine, nigga. I'm ready, locked and loaded.
You ain't got no motherfucking source.
Got the source, nigga.
The Black Seminoles are people of African descent, nigga. Now what?
Oh, they ain't, nigga.
That ain't gonna help you. That ain't gonna help
I got the primary from the Seminole, nigga.
They're gonna tell you that they are people of African.
Nigga from the Yamas. Nah, she ain't saying nothing. She ain't saying nothing about Africa, nigga.
Primary consent.
Primary.
The Black Seminoles are people of African descent. You cannot get around that. Do not.
I'm getting around that.
No,
I'm getting around that. I'm getting around that.
You do not
I'm getting around that.
time. You do not want to waste these people's time.
What you want to do? Which one you want to do? Which one you want to do?
You got 2 hours.
Which one you want to do?
She said, "Can you be ready in 2 hours?"
Which one you want to do?
She asked you if you can be ready in 2 hours.
Which one you want to do?
She said, "Can you be ready?"
I can't do. I said either 12 o'clock or we can find another date.
He's scared, Mika. He said
we can do 12 o'clock or we can find another date.
Look at him.
But nigga, I need to get at you though, nigga. Well, matter of fact, nigga, I done already got at you, nigga.
Yeah, you ain't
I done already got at you.
Hold up.
And I ain't even really know what I was doing like that, nigga. Now, nigga, it's ready for to be over with you now. It's ready for to be over with now. I ain't no nerd like you, nigga. I ain't no nerd like you. I just know the real.
I know you ain't no nerd. That means you ain't gonna out research me, nigga. You ain't gonna go get the primary.
What you mean, nigga? I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than you.
Motherfucker, you don't even know how to make $1, bitch ass.
I'm smarter than you, nigga.
Yeah, you stupid.
You better call back up, nigga.
I ain't called
you better call the light horse.
Look at you
run. Better call the light horse. Nigga, I ain't going nowhere. Nigga, I told you, nigga. Nigga, which one you want to do?
Now look at you.
Which one you want to do?
I already told you that the primary.
Which one you want to do, nigga?
I already told both of them. What the fuck do you mean?
Nigga, we gonna do both of them, nigga. What's up? 12 o'clock or nigga what? Nigga, another date.
Both of them.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah, what up?
Just a quick grab. Read the head title of that newspaper clip from the second link, bro.
What?
You know, I would share my screen, but I don't know how to do it from my phone, and I'm driving.
You can't do it on the phone. Yeah, I'd be on computer. I'm finna share.
Come on, Vino, let's play.
What's up?
I don't know why he be doing it.
What it do? What's the question?
Let's play. Let's talk about these gullers in the
They
Seminoles.
do.
Let's
Let's
see
talk
what the
about it.
professionals say.
Let's talk about it. So, who was the first Black Seminoles?
My grandpa.
Hold on, I'm finna
Next.
hit.
How they get there?
Nah,
Slavery.
we don't need you to say
Next.
nothing.
Nah, how?
Slavery.
How they get there on slavery?
Ships.
Who brought them?
Europeans.
Who?
He just told you, Europeans.
Who?
Hey, don't say no more.
Because
Don't say
I
no
got
more.
names. Because I got names when I'm coming with mine.
Audience, y'all
Don't
see
say
I
no
that?
got
more.
Y'all
names
see
when I'm
that
coming
head
with
title?
mine.
Bossa, don't say no more. Don't say no more. Don't say no more. Don't say no more. Don't say nothing.
Come on, this is from the 1900s. This is from the
Vino,
1900s. This is from the
can you see the
1900s. This is from the
Can you
1900s.
see the screen?
That don't mean
Vino,
that don't
listen.
mean slave ship.
Can you see
That don't mean
screen?
slave
Vino,
ship. I can see
Vino. It's
everything.
a
That don't
primary.
mean slave ship.
Can you see the screen? Vino,
It don't mean slave
can you
ship.
see it? Can you see the screen, brother? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
Okay. Now that you can see the screen, Vino, I need you to be quiet for just a little bit. What's up, Mika?
Yeah, I think I need a moderator. What's up?
You on mute, Mika.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh shoot.
Girl, take your big head ass off mute.
I am off mute. I can't. Yeah. Wait.
All right. Until she come on her mic from wherever the hell she at. This says an anthropologist traces tribe from Africa to Oklahoma. From Africa to Oklahoma. Joseph Apollo now knows that he didn't need to go to West Africa to study the customs and language of the Gullah people. He could have done it. What you say? Yeah, I heard you. I just heard you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I say y'all need a moderator, so I'm just coming up here.
Okay. Okay. Mika moderate. This source says he could have done it in his native Oklahoma. The son of the state Supreme Court Justice Marion Opala, the 38-year-old anthropologist, has lived in West Africa for 14 years and has been conducting research in Sierra Leone since entering that country as a Peace Corps volunteer in 1974. In the 1700s, West Africa was known as the Rice Coast, and slaves from the region were in demand in the South Carolina and Georgia because they could cultivate rice, he said. The black slaves and their descendants became known as the Gullahs. Between 1750 and 1830, many Gullah slaves fled captivity and went south into the jungle or like the swamps of Florida Peninsula. There, they established villages and planted rice. Renegade Indians.
Stop. When was they calling them Gullah in the 17 and 1800s? Show me that primary.
Bruh, you got to listen to the source before you can open your mouth.
You just said they was calling them Gullahs in the 17, and he said they was calling them Gullahs, and he said, I want you to show me that primary.
Okay, let's listen to everything first.
It says the black slaves and their descendants became known as the Gullahs. Between 1750 and 1830, many Gullah slaves fled captivity and went south into the jungle like swamps in the Florida Peninsula. There they established villages and planted rice. Renegade Indians fled to the peninsula. Later, when American settlers began pushing into the area and full-scale war broke out, it ran from 1835 to 42. The Gullahs joined forces with the Florida Indians called Seminoles in battling the U.S. Army. The Gullahs and the Seminoles resisted fiercely, but they finally were captured. Army officers were so impressed with their fighting, they were afraid to send the Gullahs back into slavery, fearing they would lead plantation revolts. The Gullahs and Indians were shipped to the West. First, they were taken to New Orleans. You remember you said New Orleans in the chat? From there, they traveled by barge up the Missouri and Arkansas rivers into Oklahoma and settled around Seminole. Splinter groups settled in Texas and Mexico.
but the blacks who remain in Oklahoma are official members of the Seminole Indian tribe, said Opala, and comprise 2 of the 14 Seminole bands. They are called Seminole Freedmen. They still eat the rice at almost every meal and have dishes made with rice and greens. Their diet distinguishes from the whites and other blacks in the area, said Opala. And they still speak the Gullah language about 150 years after their ancestors fled to Florida. This is the hybrid language of the slave trade. 85% of the English and 15% African. The older blacks, those in the 70s and 80s, still use some of the same expressions familiar with West Africa, Opala said. He describes his research. He recently, in a Ford Foundation talk at the University of Tulsa, he said he is surprised the Gullah language and customs have survived the passage of both decades and miles. Opala lectures at the University of Sierra Leone and is an advisor to the Sierra Leone president, Joseph Mamo. He accompanied Mamo to the U.S. recently so that Mamo could visit with President Ronald Reagan. He simply to answer your question about calling themselves Gullah. He simply told you this, and I'm going to read it again. In the 1700s, West Africa was known as the Rice Coast, and slaves from the region were in demand in South Carolina and Georgia because they could cultivate rice, he said. The black slaves and their descendants became known as the Gullahs in the 1700s, he says. That answered your question. And
Blah,
there you
blah,
go.
blah, 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 blah. Show me that primary where they was calling them. Show me that primary where they was calling them Gullah and they was speaking that Gullah language. Show me that.
What?
Can you read? I just want to know if you can read. Because you keep saying, find and show, find and show, find and show. What the fuck are you finding? What the fuck are you showing? Because you ain't got nothing.
Yeah, I got some shit.
You
I'm
just
definitely
keep
gonna
running
show.
your
I'm
mouth about shit.
just letting you
don't
dig
know
your hole.
anything.
I just asked one simple question.
Somebody that already
When are you going to
historical
start showing
background
anything?
of the Gullah. Boy, listen, not a coincidence. You did this shit on Not a Coincidence show, and they did the same shit to you when you was on Not a Coincidence channel. Like I said, you like to gossip. You don't like to have an actual build. You like to gossip.
Blah, 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 blah. Nigga, show me that primary, nigga.
What was just on the screen, and you have no contention against what was said in the source. You have moved the conversation from now show me where they call themselves Gullah. And then when we show you that, you're going to have another fucking question because you're trying to come up with some shit that you can't denounce. I told you that motherfuckers
Read, you good reading ass nigga. Nigga, stop trying to read, you good reading ass nigga.
What the hell is going on?
It's called sea lioning, Mika.
This ain't an.
It's sea lioning. That's all he's doing. He's gonna ask you question after question,
Read that
play with
source.
emotions, and ask question after question. It's called sea lioning.
Crazy.
We'll
But
take
like
your
I
bitch
said,
ass
Vino,
on.
I'm here to play with you.
We done with Vino.
He
I had
gone.
enough. Yeah, I had enough.
Damn. That's how they be over here. It's crazy.
I had enough. I mean, clearly we know exactly who the Gullah are. We know how this whole Black Seminole shit comes to be. We don't have to argue about that. We know this already. He wants to debate that, and I'm like, you're going to embarrass yourself because you're going to see Africa all through the Gullah. And then he wants to sit here and act like that's not going to be the case. Now you done pissed off Ogun. Ogun and goddamn got tired of listening to us, and then he done fucking showed up. What up?
What's up, man? These
Ogun?
niggas stupid. Can you hear me, bro?
You're not gonna find any Seminoles here that speak
Bro,
anything outside of English. If they speak
hey,
outside of
hold on,
if
hold
they
on,
speak
bro.
outside of English, Sean, they gonna tell you they speak in a Gullah Creole.
What the? Yeah, I don't understand,
Go
bro.
ahead.
The Indian lost.
Go.
Oh, that's Ogun.
Go.
The Indian lost, bro. They lost. The West
Yeah, it's
Africans, we
all gone.
still here, bro. They lost. The
Yeah,
white man eradicated them people. Eradicated. God damn. Keep doing
yeah.
what you do, Sean.
Yeah, Sean, you doing a great job, but this whole thing been confusing me. So, what they think happened to the first people that was here? What they think? Where did they go? Like, if they taken their place, their identity. So, where did they go? Those other
They
people.
think they went to the BET Awards, Mitchell.
You laughing for real.
For real.
Vibe, what's up, Vibe? What's happening, bro? How you
Happy
feeling? It's so
Father's Day,
good.
bro. I ain't got
Man,
to speak to
saying to
you
you
in
too,
years. Happy
man.
Father's Day, man.
Saying to you, all your
Yeah, man.
children, man. Happy Father. I know you had a good day.
Yeah, it's been all right. They all got haircuts, and I got finished cutting this yard.
Right. That's exactly what the fuck we do. Work. That's why I said I ain't doing shit. I'm gonna be lazy in the sun, bitch. Think I'm finna work.
Happy Father Day, Sean.
You too, bro. You too.
Vegans don't get Father's Day, Ogun. This is for pork eaters only.
And he talking crap in the chat.
Ain't nobody listening to that, bro. If
Man,
you in the chat, bro, I'm not listening to that, bro. Like on some real stuff, I said what I said, and I try to tell y'all that he's not gonna have no information. We can't expect for him to do that. He literally is saying the same dumb shit. The same dumb shit. Like it's crazy. He gave him another bell. I just gave him a bell the other day.
Yeah, they scared to debate you, Sean. You too tough. You gotta be nice. You gotta go in nice and then go in hard.
I ain't got time for that.
You can't be nice around these mental patients. That's how you wind up getting your ass bit. Better go in there with that cattle prong and put their ass in line. It's been how many years of this nonsense? They don't want to grow. They don't want to listen. They just want to keep playing these games. Fuck being nice at this point.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't finna be nice to these niggas.
Vino, you running. Shame on you. No source. Just talking. I really want to see somebody beat up Sean. Man. Man.
That shit crazy, man. It's look at him, bring that primary. Look, he keeps saying it like everybody know the history of the Gullah. We know it. We don't even have to mimic anything. We know the history of the Gullah because we've been dealing with this shit for a long time. You're gonna piss off Ogun. They're gonna bring up Queen Quet. You're gonna goddamn have goddamn Gullah on your ass in a minute. Because if we keep saying Queen Quet name and we say Gullah, then goddamn Gullah gonna pull up and he gonna walk you down like he did on Not a Coincidence show, like he did over here a few times. Everybody knows that the Gullah are people from Africa. They tell you that. Why is we playing this game? And the moment that we take the Gullah
moved them down into Georgia, into Florida, in Florida, and out of Florida. That's going to tell you who the fuck you are. So, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Make this a little bit better on the eyes. Even to those familiar with the American Negro through the medium of either life or literature, the term Gullah, it is supplied to a special group type of Negroes, limited historically and geographically to the sea islands and the narrow tidewater strip bordering the coast counties of South Carolina and Georgia and a small section of northeast Florida. The language spoken by these Negroes constitutes a Patois unique among the dialects of the United States and differs from the more familiar Upland Negro dialect as written by Joel Chandler Harris and Thomas Nelson Page, as markedly as those dialects differ from the French Creole of Louisiana and the Mississippi Delta. But the word Gullah and the Negroes, so named, came from the west coast of Africa. But exactly where has not been agreed upon. There are two widely held conjectures. One is that the Gullah is a shortened form of the Angola, the name of the African West Coast district lying south of the equator and at the mouth of the Congo River. A small but positive bit of evidence to this effect is found in the entry of the Charleston City Council under the year of 1822. In which reference is made to Gullah Jack and his company of Gullah or Angola Negroes. This indicates that, rightly or wrongly, as far back as 1822, the official governing body of the city of Charleston regarded Gullah as the corrupted form of Angola. A second, more probable suggestion is that the Gullah come across from the name of the Liberian group of the tribes known as the Golas, living on the west coast between Sierra Leone and the Ivory Coast. These Golas were formerly numerous and powerful, but have now dwindled to a small remnant tribe dwelling some 30 miles inland from Monrovia, the chief seaport of Liberia. The dialect of the west coast from which they came, these Gullah Negroes, saying a leading authority on the subject, was early commented upon as peculiar, harsh, quaking, flattened, information, quick-clipped, and peculiar even in Africa. Bozeman, the Dutch sailor, described the peculiar finality and called its speakers the Quaquas because they gambled like geese. Whether originally from Angola or from Liberia, these Gullah tribesmen, after their enforced migration to our shores, formed a distinct and peculiar group. Their resolute and persistent nature evidently assisted in the impression that dialectical characteristics on weaker and more plastic Negroes from elsewhere brought in contact with them and definitely fixed for 200 years the totality of the Negro dialect of the Carolinas and Georgia coast. We don't need to argue about the Gullah. We know that the Gullah are from Africa. We know that the people who left South Carolina and Georgia, known as the Gullah, who enter into Florida and who live in a separate community across from the Seminoles, built up shit, and they were also integrated with other runaways, people from the Congo, people from Sierra Leone, all different people created their own dialect and helped fight and defend when they helped fight and defend. In short, we know this. So why would we sit here and you say you want to debate me on something and you lost at the mere fact of when you say when you say Black Seminole, guess what you've already done? You lost. You didn't say you were Seminole. You said you are Black Seminole.
The moment you say that you are Black Seminole, you are now claiming to be a person of African descent. You are now claiming to argue that you was these people. And when you make that argument and then try to say that you ain't African, then you dumb as a box of rocks. And then you want to sit here and talk about dates and things about sources that you have no idea about. You're on the furthest end. No, you ain't on the furthest end. You're on the beginning stages of stupid, and it just continues to goes all the way out to ignorant. That's how far your intelligence sprung. There's your dumb ass. Well, show the prime. Keep it short and sweet. Gullah, Ogun drop. Mika ain't said nothing. And Vasa driving.
I'm back, bro. I'm back. I just had to do a quick gas station run.
And everybody. Mika paying attention to what he's saying in the chat. And this nigga ain't said shit. We just sit here and put a primary source on the screen where the dude said that he was in West Africa doing research. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, Mika? We literally just said that we had an anthropologist. And then he realized that he didn't have to spend 14 years in Sierra Leone. He could have fucking been in Oklahoma the whole time doing the research. We literally just put a primary up. And you sit here and have the audacity to say this silly shit, bro.
Hey, Sean, real quick, just a
I
nuanced
told you I don't
fact.
know no
That
motherfucking primary
anthropologist,
is me.
that Joseph
He
Apollo,
sit here and thought a
is the
motherfucker
author of the same
was
book that they
playing
love to
correctly.
run to. That Invisible War book, he wrote that. When they was talking about the Black Seminoles not being defeated, and they love to bring that book out. This is where many of them heard of John Horse. That's the same anthropologist.
Vino, what source you have? I haven't seen him pull up no source. I want to see some source. Well, he want to learn something because he's still in the chat. So what? Vino, hit the link. He talks so much in the chat, but when he come up here, he can't show no source, and he just all over the place. That's how you roll, Vino. You know I'm talking shit.
Nah, that's the real deal. If y'all was African, then why it took Jesse Jackson to call you Africans? You see the dumbass shit. It's circular with these niggas. These niggas is dumb. Yo, these niggas is boxer rocks dumb. We keep showing you the sermon, bro, from 1782, showing you where a motherfucker called us African. And then you finna sit here and you just finna keep on just, acting like this shit don't exist, bro. Like at what period point in your life, are you gonna grow the fuck up? Like how long is it gonna take you to fucking be a fucking person and correct yourself?
Sean, have we ever covered sea lion on these platforms, Mossy, Coffees, or yours in particular? Science for Sean. Has sea lion ever been covered?
I don't think so, cause I never heard of it.
That might be a good one for y'all to pull up. I'll get a link for y'all. I don't know how to share a screen from my phone.
But see, y'all didn't join. I don't know.
Not Sea Island, Sea Lioning. I just threw y'all the wiki link.
Oh yeah, okay. Hold on. I'm finna pull up this primary for Yodi. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm finna pull your shit up, but let me show. I need to show this to Yodi, and my screen just having a little moment. So, and this also could be found. The source could be found in Yale, but I brought this up also in the article that I'm gonna be releasing regarding these abo claims, and it just so happened that, as expected, Yodi would be circular in this ignorance. And hold on, I need to get rid of some shit on my screen. This is one, not all. I got another source, but this is one of several sources because the sermon, I didn't bring the sermon up, but this is referring to the sermon right here. 2 sermons written by the African Americans, one on the capture of Lord Cornwallis to be sold by W. Woodruff A. Smith and S. Samuel. Right here. It says it right there. 2 sermons on a copy of the primary, bro. I don't know where the fuck you Negroes been at and what the fuck y'all be talking about. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. You talk this whole Jesse Jackson dumbass shit. Jesse Jackson
didn't know a fucking thing, bro. Not one. Oh,
Oh, Sean stuff is messing up.
what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Might be too big. Make it smaller.
Oh, my bad. Let me see. Yeah, my shit messing up.
Yeah, it's probably overheating. While Sean come back, who else on here? I'm here by myself. Oh, let me take over Sean's show. Y'all Indian, y'all abos, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Where y'all getting y'all history from? Y'all making shit up. Dun, 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 dun. So you know what, Vino, you need to learn how to have better discussion with people, because if you trying to set up a debate with somebody and you're just like aggressive for no reason and not even showing no source, but you keep asking people to show you source, you know, you gotta do better. Oh, he's back.
Hey, Vasa, where you at? Put that link back up. Oh, you can't hear me, nigga? Put the link back up, bro.
Can you hear me, Sean?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you fine. I heard you talking.
Oh.
You didn't have to stop. I just wanted to say that to Vasa.
I stepped away, bro. I was putting my kids in the bathtub. What happened?
Put them 3 links back in there.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to hook Sean up with debates, but everybody running from him. I don't know why y'all scared. Abos don't want smoke anymore? What?
Why just me?
Because you the top dog right now.
They don't.
When everybody speak on elbows, they be like, "Oh, but Sean," everybody running like roaches all over the place. We not messing with him.
Nah, they don't want to. Nah, the coincidence be too nice to him. You know what I'm saying?
And they still do they ever debate him?
Nah, they ain't debated him lately. A few times they did though, when they thought they could get away with that shit to start backfiring.
You'll like this one, Sean.
All right, so sea lioning is a type of trolling or harassment that consists of pursuing people's relentless requests for evidence. Yep,
that sound about right.
Yo, it's over. It's over. It's over. At the end of the day, this is exactly what they do. It's over, bro. Leave it to Voss. Him and what's his name? In the chat, Sabio. Them dudes be finding them words.
See, look at you, Vino. We found you. A definition.
It ain't take long either. It ain't take long. Because he a fraud. Again, it's a type of trolling or harassment that consists of pursuing people with relentless requests for evidence, often tangible or previously addressed, while maintaining a pretense of civility and sincerity. That's Yodi. I'm just trying to have a debate. That's what they be saying. And feigning ignorance of a subject matter. It may take the form of bad faith invitations to engage in the debate. It has been linked to the denial of service attack targeted at human beings. The term originated with a 2014 strip of webcomic Wonder Week by David Malik, which the Independent called the most apt description of Twitter you'll ever see. The sea lioner feigns ignorance of politeness while making relentless demands for answers and evidence, while often ignoring or sidestepping any evidence that the target has already presented, under the gist of just trying to have a debate, so that when the target is eventually provoked into an angry response, the sea liner can act as the aggrieved party. This is what the abos do all the time. You see that bit that I had to catch myself. Y'all see Dulcinea doing it all the time. She try to act all calm, cool, and collective to provoke you, and then when you bust her head wide open, you know what I'm saying? Then she plays the oh yeah bull jump. Straight up and down. So that's definitely them. There's no way around this description. It's like perfect timing because that's all they do. They do this shit to a T. The sea line 24/7. Vino doing it too. He just ignored all the evidence to sit here and still say some dumbass shit. Yodi do it too. And then that's what made me kick them off the panel, because them stupid motherfuckers don't be paying attention to the information.
And still asking for a source and don't want to show nothing. It's wild.
Look, internet trolls sometimes engage in what is called sea lining. They demand that you keep arguing with them for as long as they want you to, even long after you realize that their further discussion is pointless. If you announce that you want to stop, they accuse you of being closed-minded or opposed to reason. The practice of obnoxious reason should not be silenced, but it needs to be taken vacation sometimes. Yeah. These motherfuckers are stupid. Yep, there go that other one, the Gist Gallop. The technique of sea lining has been compared to Gist Galloping, a metaphorical described as denial of service attack, targeted at human beings. Watch this. Look. In computing, a denial of service attack is a cyber attack which the perpetrator seeks to make a machine or a network of resource unavailable to its intended users by temporarily or indefinitely disrupting services of a host connect to a network. I don't think they're that sophisticated to a denial of service, but they will prevent themselves from sharing a source for you, so you can kind of flip it and make it run along the lines of a denial of source attack. These dudes is bogus. That's all y'all do. That's it. We done called y'all suckers out.
Well, you did a great job today with the information.
Right.
Just nobody can't beat it or source anything, you know. But I really want to see Sean get beat up, man. I ain't gonna stop until I find somebody. He had to get short, man.
That's because you're a hater. That's all. You can't
I'll
help
be
yourself.
a hater. I'll be the hater.
Yeah,
Look how long I've been hating on Sean, man.
for a long time.
It been years, man. You know I'm your biggest fan.
My biggest hater. Number one.
Yeah, you know this.
I'm clipping it. Definitely clipping that.
They talking about in the chat now.
I ain't even look. Oh, my bad, Sabio. I was on
Oh,
another.
Savior here? Oh my god.
Sabio, there you go.
What up, Mika? What up, Sean?
Hey, Savior.
Yeah, that was some. What I was sitting back here over here when you showed the 2-year-old, and I wanted to see what they was going to present to defeat the 2-year-old child.
Yeah, they can't get around it, bro.
Like, if that's the oldest DNA, what do y'all have to put that to bed? Because if y'all can't put that to bed, y'all just lying at this point.
Yeah,
So
they did in the water.
I would like to see V-Note and Yodi present some evidence to put the Anzac child to bed.
No, they can't. That's why I said, because they can't deal with it.
So now it's based off of what they believe, right?
Yeah, it's down to belief at this point.
Sound like the Hebrews, right? Savior.
All day.
All day. So now you can see why somebody will mention Ham in this conversation and how Ham could become a part of this conversation magically.
They claim that Ham too?
They have to claim him in order to make the story make sense, Mika.
Yeah, what's his name? Yodi said it in the chat.
Yeah, Yodi.
Yodi claiming him.
Says that there's some historical evidence of a Ham.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I don't
Now
know
you
what
understand because it's based off belief.
He made that shit all the way up.
So you have to tie all myth together. So this is what you would call myth making. So when you go back to Mythomania, you see it says that they will create a lie to support the lie that they believe. Yes, they will create a lie to support the lie that they already believe. Now, how do you do that?
Damn.
But yeah, that's one of the keys in mythomania, is that they believe the lies and that they will go as far as to create lies on top of the lie.
Yeah. Everybody want to live in La La Land. They don't want
Everybody,
reality.
because it's better than reality.
Yep.
He gonna need. I don't need nobody, bro. I stand on my own, bro. I don't know why you think I need people.
Hmm.
I don't need nobody, bro. I don't need nobody. You just keep arguing with the same group of people that keep correcting your ass, and then you run from the truth. Like if you got all these people, if all these people reading the same source you read, and we all come to a conclusion that you don't come to, who's the dumbass? Us or you? It ain't gonna be us because we all came to an agreement about what the author's saying, and even the author's telling you what they're saying, and then y'all want to go against that shit. It's the same. It's the same shit with Elta's book when he talks about Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade, and motherfuckers don't understand that when he say Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade, he's providing you maps of what the hell happened, and he's going through 335 pages of shit, and he's got maps on damn near every page, every other 2 pages or whatever the fuck going on in the book, showing you numbers, showing you how these people came up out of where they went, did this, that, and the third. Like you just dumb. And we already heard you before, Vino. You said you agree with a source all the way up until a certain point. So we already know you're on some bullshit.
You know what's funny, Sean?
What's that?
When I cause I was reading, I do a lot of different readings, and I don't be actually trying to kill the Aboriginals, but I be coming across sources that bury them. Like I was reading this source, a painting in the 1450s about the miracle of the black leg. It's a pretty interesting reading, but throughout it's talking about an Ethiopian who had his leg amputated, a dead Ethiopian who had his leg amputated, and the amputated leg was transferred in this artwork to this European Christian whose leg had died because of cancer. So he lost his leg due to cancer. So they replaced his leg with the black leg. But anyway, throughout this picture, throughout this painting, and throughout the breakdown of how this painting was represented and what it represented, they're showing Africans. And they know who Africans are. Nowhere in there do they call them natives, or do they mix them up with the Aboriginals or the natives of the Americas throughout the whole paper. So how do you guys mix up history like this? Like, these are the things that's confusing with these guys. Like, it's hella confusing.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can't see how they don't understand this, but I don't know where they're getting the history from. Who's teaching them? Because this is crazy.
Like, and this is in Italy in the 1400s. Oh, I can show y'all if y'all want to see it. I have the paint, the picture and everything. So 31 page read. I read it all.
Mm-hmm. So you'll be on it. And he everywhere. He could do Hebrew. He could do Arab. He all.
Hold on, let me find it. Fra Angelico, the miracle of the black leg.
You sharing your screen?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up. I'm finna open it up now.
I was gonna make a joke saying he's half black. He's part black. shit. I don't know where Savior began his come up with his stuff.
You say you don't know where I be getting my stuff
Yeah,
from, Mika?
like your books or whatever where you get that information.
A lot of it, I ask myself questions, and then I'll go look for something, like, and if something along that line pops up, then I'll look into it. If nothing along that line pops up, like, I ask myself a lot of research questions.
I remember when you first came around, I was like, yeah, I'm a nerd too. Yeah, I be getting in them books.
Yeah, you heard Vino call me what do you call me, a nerd or something?
I'm a nerd too. I'm proud to be a nerd.
Right. Dumbass, because your motherfucking dyslexic dumbass can't fucking read.
All right, I'm gonna share the screen now, Sean.
All right.
All right, it's in the back.
That boy Yodi dumb as a box of rocks. Let me move this off.
Let me know when it's sharing.
It's been sharing, bro.
Oh, all right. So here are the two saints. These are brothers. Dominus and something. I can't remember their names. But see, there go the man who lost his leg. There go the amputated black leg. Right there that they put onto it. Fra Angelicos. The miracle of the black leg, skin color, and the perception of Ethiopians in Florence before when? 1450. The transatlantic slave trade is not going on, y'all. They have started going down the coasts. Remember, 1441, they had just started going down the coasts. Constantinople had not been taken over. Y'all need to follow history. All right, so this is another depiction of Ethiopians. This is how they depicted. What was you gonna say?
No, I said it's crazy how Europeans don't like us, but they take our teeth, our hair, our legs, our body parts. It's crazy.
Shit, nerd ass man.
Here go another depiction of that. So what this is representing is, and the question that this picture is supposed to ask those Italians that this was meant for is, how does the body, how can a half body be resurrected? Because it was all about resurrected. So they didn't think you could be resurrected with half a body. So that man had to have his leg replaced, his dead leg replaced. And the question was, is he fully European, or does that half a leg make him African and European?
Yeah, that's how I was saying. Like he part black or something.
Does that leg make him part African now?
Mm-hmm.
See, right here it says, Hang's analysis is sensitive to the intersections of epidermal race with both religion and gender. She also makes an important distinction between hermeneutic blackness, the social fact of someone being considered black, rather than the actual color of their skin, and physiognomic blackness, used to characterize black Africans. Many of the negative associations that attach to hermeneutic blackness derive from associations of the color itself, independent of skin, such as the perceived connection between black and the devil, evil, and sin. Blackness associated with the characterization of Africans can be different, for it associates skin color with place. So this article really buries y'all.
Yeah, I never really liked using the black thing, and you know, because it get confusing. But you know, what it is. I
Yeah,
think we
because
had a discussion on that one time.
yeah, because the way that they looked at blackness, Mika, was always centered around evil, inhuman.
I know it's not that. It's just when we call ourselves black, what are we talking about? Like it's hard to describe people, a whole bunch of people, and call them black. Like to me, it don't make sense. In my eyes, I don't see why we use color black to describe people. That's how I feel.
Because it's a social construct. It puts us in the class of evil, and
But it
that's
don't.
really
Yeah, but it don't work. It don't work. Cause then it's
no,
dark.
it doesn't. It in the minds of the so if you look at the word socially, I can understand the argument from some people why we shouldn't use the word black, but then on the other side, because of the connotation that it has and how it connects to darkness, evil, sin, inhuman attributes, the things that they apply to the continent and Africans. I can see that. I can see that argument.
No,
But
but
then,
black don't have a phenotype.
right,
We,
that's the other side of the argument. Black doesn't have a phenotype, and it's not a color. It's not a race.
mm-hmm.
So
And it
when we're
don't
talking,
describe nothing. It don't
it does
describe
right, and white doesn't describe nothing
no.
either.
And the crazy part about it, when people use it, I think we forget what black look like. Like we don't even we saying black, but we're talking about brown. Like it doesn't
Right.
make no sense. Saying.
But see, this is why the conversation has to take on a deeper, more scholarly connotation instead of just the surface, because we have to look at how those words, white and black, what those words represented, the ideas. One represents purity, goodness, cleanliness, godliness, and the other represents evil, sin, dirty, inhumanness.
Yeah, also is a class, because when you have white, it's like a
Right. So
higher rank.
now it becomes
Like
class.
yeah.
Bingo, Mika. That's it right there. Now
But
you
why
can
would we
start
call
getting the
ourselves
social
lower class?
stratification.
Yeah, it's like why would we call ourselves lower class? We're black. No, that's why I don't use that. No, I'm brown. I don't care. Can't make me say I'm black. I'm not stupid.
So now you
That's
can see
not.
the social. So now you can see the social stratifications and how these terms can affect a person in not in life, but when you actually use these terms and you live by them. I mean, you can use them to as a collective, like we're black, because that's what they call us. Because but is that really a racial group? Because white people are not white people. It's a description of the social class that they put themselves in to separate themselves from the rest
Exactly.
of the world.
Right. And a European, just like why we have to call ourselves African American? Like, and you don't hear European American. Like that part right there is crazy to me also, because why European people
Because this country was built for them. So, in order for them to distinguish their hierarchy, they had to determine social classes to say who's who. This is why Indians couldn't become white people. This is why the Indians had to be classified as colored. They had to be classified as colored and not black, because they would not designate black. And they did not want to, because of the slave connotation that went with black.
Right.
So, yeah. And then as Shah would say, to be honest with you, the first people of white people are the first Americans, and that's true. And so that's why they could say Americans, because, and I had this argument with other people, white people, America was founded by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Protestants, WASP. Yep.
Yes,
WASP.
they
White
are the
Protestant.
hierarchy of what the word America is supposed to define. This is created for them, by them. No matter who did all the dirty work, the WASP class is the dominating definition of what it is to be American.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck how you want to shape it. That is what it designates. and therefore black people had to be hyphenated Negroes. Other Europeans that would come later would be hyphenated, like Irish American, right? Would
Polish
be
American.
hyphenated Polish American. They wouldn't be American. They're hyphenated. Japanese American, Chinese American, Iranian American. Everybody else is hyphenated, but the wealthy elite, white people, they're American. Nobody has looked at that and said, "Oh shit." None of them. That means all the other white people that fall up under these hyphenated categorizations, they don't even complain about the hyphen. The white people that are the hyphen are not the majority of the population, yet they consume the majority of the population because of the English, the European Americans, all the different European American descended people. That's the bigger population. But as far as what the word means, WASP is a smaller classification, and it's less members of them, which are the elitists. And you got people that don't want to deal with the reality of that. So there's a difference between them, us. That's why you got the hyphenated American. But Roosevelt talked about the hyphenated American as well in one of his speeches.
But if they talk about that, Sean, a lot of the people that stands against what we're speaking on, our African American ancestry and shit like that, once they start talking about it, they would start acknowledging the anti-blackness and the hatred that they actually have for themselves and the history of their ancestors. That's really what. So that's why they have the surface level talking points. That's why we can't get beyond the surface. For real. It's like talking to a second grader with most of these guys. No cap. Yodi, Vino, Madon, Wale, all the ones you was mentioning. I've talked Smoke Signal, Lane Calloway, Young Cats. It's like talking to second graders.
I blame that on white people, European, because who taught them? At one time, they didn't even want to teach us our history. We had to figure this shit out. So now people started making up their own history. Even though I do think Europeans make up their own history too. They over there trying to change it, make something a new world. Like, really?
You see how stupid he is? This man says surface level is 1900 sources.
He don't even know what surface level means. So Vino, just to give you a clear understanding of what surface level would be starting at wiki and ending at wiki. You know what I'm saying? Like you pull up. Okay, so for instance, you'll pull up a source, right? And you'll pull up a book written by some white dude that was born in 1956 and might have wrote the book in 1970s or 80s, but he's referring back to the 1800s or some shit like that. And then you don't go back and you get the information that he's talking about. That's surface level. So I'm gonna give you a better example in case that one went over your head. All right, surface level would be, we mentioned something to you, like we say that Martin Luther King was the first person to say he had a dream in a speech. So instead of going to verify if that's true, if he's the first person to say I've had a dream in a speech, you're going to go look for the I have a dream speech. Okay, there's the speech. Now, you don't read the speech. You read the title. Or you read a summary of what the I have a dream speech is, and then you don't know the details. So soon as you go search for the I have a dream speech, and then you get an overview of the I have a dream speech, you didn't go deep enough to see what the fuck the dream was about. You don't know the details
that are layered in the I Have a Dream speech. And if he was the first one to mention these things, and then what was that validity during the speech? You wouldn't be able to answer any research questions about the I Have a Dream speech. What did he mention in it? What did he say at line 15? Who did he dedicate this to? What was the intention and purpose for that? You wouldn't be able to understand any of that because on the surface, all you did was look up the speech and read a small overview of the speech. That's surface level. You ain't even going to, you're not even going to get to the actual factuals of the shit. You claim that you got a primary on something, and when you pull up the primary, to you think it's a primary, and then we go behind you and say, no, nigga, that's got a source.
Right.
And then when we pull up that person's source, then we say, no, nigga, that ain't the source. They go to other source to that source. Now we got the primary. You don't do none of that because you don't know how. You don't know how to cross-reference and verify. You still believe that fucking black Seminoles are not people of African descent. Even after reading that the motherfuckers calling themselves people of African descent. You a level one ass nigga. And you gonna remain there. Look, I found 1513. Nigga, you didn't find 1513. 1513 been around before you ever even came across it. You didn't find it.
1513.
He don't even know the relevance of 1513. Is 1513 better than 1492? Yes or no, nigga? I asked you that before on Not a Coincidence channel. Is 1513 before or after 1492? And you never answered that. That's how we know that you're remedially fucked up in the head.
And there go another remedial motherfucker. Matthew.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do. Look at you, stupid motherfucker. That's why don't nobody even bother you.
And there go another one of them culture stealers, them culture vultures.
That mixed up ass motherfucker in the chat, Lotus.
Yeah, man.
Man, what the fuck? Hey, what the fuck is my DoorDash, nigga? Why you taking all day with my fucking DoorDash? Sending me text messages talking about your orders on the way. Where the fuck you at with my order?
Let me guess. He does DoorDash.
Yeah, DoorDash, Uber Eats. Motherfucker's a waiter.
Where them slave boats? They took boats to the Americas?
Hell no, they ain't take no boats. He made that shit up. That's it right there.
That nigga said sow boat.
Bossa said
sow boat.
Bossa, we ain't hear shit you said, bro. We can't hear you at all. If you talking, we don't hear nothing.
Not a word.
Yeah, when I first came up, y'all couldn't hear me, so I think it's Sean's system.
Nah, it's your motherfucking TV.
It's yours.
You know somebody's system.
No, because
Nigga, please.
Ask somebody.
Stop
That's
the cap. Stop the cap.
Come on, somebody come beat Sean up, because I'm tired of y'all running. I'm tired of Sean talking his crap. Somebody needs to get him. I'll put some money down. Come on, we got to do this.
Mika's stupid.
No, that 1513 comment, and we know he does it, but that's so frustrating. Like, how do you combine what was going on in Panama with the inception of Seminoles? You jump from Florida to Oklahoma. Like, pick a spot, pick a time frame to stay with it.
He can't.
Outside of the obvious of you playing confirmation bias, you want to see if you can find Negro in 1500 or whatever the hell they looking for when they.
Oh shit! Matthew's asking for the link.
So is that shit's just
give it
weird,
to him.
bro.
Nah.
Get the smoke. Come get the smoke.
Nah, I ain't. That's one person. That's one person that I'm not. No. This nigga still looking for a laptop after 2.5 years. I'm not dealing with a
No,
nigga
maybe
that
he got one
Hold
now.
on. You stupid. He
Maybe he
said he's
got
still
one
looking for a
now.
That's how long he
laptop.
been. That's how long we've been waiting on the Gullah and Vino debate.
Damn.
Okay, give it to him. Let me see what he gonna say. You could kick him
This
off later.
nigga been trying to put together a
No, I'm not.
presentation
I'm
for
not doing
3
that. I'm not
years.
doing that to please you.
Say what?
I'm not doing that to please you.
See,
We've been
that's
waiting.
your problem. That's your
Nah,
problem.
nah, that's your problem. I'm not finna. No. And look,
What?
soon as they
He don't
start
have no
talking about
sources.
Panama, soon as they start talking about Panama, her black ass show up again. Melanated showed up again. It's like she been quiet the whole time. Say Panama 3 times, her ass pop back up. Why won't he leave Panamanians alone? This motherfuckers is stupid. And you heard Stoke. Lotus is weird on panels. He's beyond weird on panels. That
Fact.
motherfucker is like the worst.
Yeah, I know him. I don't know him.
Yeah. Why you think he ain't on Garfield panel no more?
He was on Garfield panel
A long time ago.
under that name, cause I don't know.
Lotus, yeah.
Oh,
Jazz got kicked out.
You have a source? Oh shit. Doubtful.
He ain't got no motherfucking source.
That can shut down the Anzik boy. You can shut down the Anzik boy. If
He
you
ain't
can
got
shut down the Anzik boy, we will listen to your source.
oh, he said he got a source.
no.
Put it in the chat. Oh, he can't put it in the chat.
Nah. Yo, Lotus is lying, bro.
Oh, I know he is.
Just stick to DoorDash and Lotus. Lying on your mom is bad for your health. She told you your ass was African and proved it to you. And your dad, nigga. Your dad and your dad's mixed. That's where the cracker comes from.
Damn.
Ouch. God, you so mean.
Let's see what myth he finna make up.
Shit.
See what lie he finna tell. On top of the lie that he has to support. Remember, that's what mythomaniacs do. They believe the myth that they have created and told themselves. So they have to create a lie or a story around that lie and have to convince others. Low self-esteem. Remember, if y'all look on the Mythomania board, low self-esteem is the number one issue mythomaniacs suffer from.
Hit the link.
He's saying that thing.
Oh.
He's putting it back in there. YK said, don't say is a mythomaniac. She is. Shit. Don't say is definitely a mythomaniac. For sure. She definitely got low self-esteem. And she hate her skin color. She one of them motherfucking females that probably wish she bleach her shit. But then she went mad and African. The audacity. A continental African. She went and married a continental African. And then gonna say she ain't got no African in her.
Damn.
She about to have a fucking baby that's gonna be African. This
Damn.
shit.
Yo, Thurman, for real, go look up Mythomania. Go look up Mythomania. The number one thing you're gonna see after you read the breakdown is gonna be low self-esteem.
Come on, y'all scared to hit the link?
It's a lying disorder, Mika. These niggas
Hold
got a
on.
lying disorder.
Hold on.
Oh, there you go.
Where your source at, bro?
I'm about to put it back right now.
Come on. That's gonna be the only way you last.
Let's do this. You're not scared. Let's go. What's his name? Is that the American Lotus guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's no source in the back. What a source at, bro?
So what's his
All right.
backstory? Is he saying he
Nah. Shh.
Oh.
Shh. Don't say nothing. I just want to put this on the screen. Now, Lotus. You see the screen? Lotus? You're on mute, bro. You're on mute. This is what Lotus posted in the back. This your source, right, Lotus? Right? This your source? Hold on. No.
That was actually the
Don't post nothing else.
That was
Okay, but listen.
That is one of them.
No, listen to what I'm asking. Listen, this is your source, right?
Yeah, this is how the Native Americans.
Okay. Do you want me to pull the book? Do you want me to pull the book up? I got the book. Do you want me to pull the book up and go to chapter 3? Hold on. Now tell me why. Now tell me why I'm pulling up this book and going to chapter 3. What's the intent of me pulling the book up and going to chapter 3?
Because there's some propaganda that supports your narrative that you believe.
No. I'm gonna ask you one more time. What is the reason for me to be pulling this book up about the Asian slaves in colonial America and putting it on the screen? Asians have nothing to fucking do with us. So why am I bringing this source up, Lotus?
Because the people in America were Black Americans, and
how this source don't say that, Lotus?
The
source don't say that.
The Coolie and the Dogla coming over here.
No, Lotus. This source,
Africa,
Lotus. This is why I asked you for a source. Your source is not saying that that source in that chapter is not saying that Black people was here already. Neither is this source that you're trying to put on the fucking screen. So what I'm asking you again, Lotus, right? What I'm asking for, right? Because you're trying to perpetuate something. Why am I putting this on the screen, Lotus? What is your argument according to these two sources?
Yeah, so you didn't get Native Americans over here in America until the real Pacific slave trade in the 19th century.
Hold on. Time out. Hold up. Slow down. We slow. We can barely hear you, Lotus. Okay? That's for one. We can barely hear you. Can you try this again?
Can you hear me?
There we go. Now let's go.
Okay, so this is about Native Americans coming to America. All the bones found before them coming to America are descendants. Their descendants are Black Americans today, misnomered as African American.
Okay, so pause. The source that I got on the screen right now, and the source about the Asian slaves in colonial America, neither one of those sources say what you just said about all the bones that were found were considered to be Black. Neither one of those sources say that. So again, you brought two sources to us, and I'm trying to find the relevance of the two sources. And then you know what you did? When you start opening your mouth to talk, you started making claims about shit neither one of your sources are talking about. So can you go get me the information on the shit that you just said out your mouth about all the bones that were discovered in America were of black people? Where's the source for that?
I just gotta find the video where the scientists
No,
said
I
there were
don't want no
Negro
goddamn
bones.
video. I want the
Well, I
scientific
could post.
evidence
I could post
because
what the
you had
person
to
put
use
out who
science. You
examined
had
the
to use,
bone.
no. You had to have a
Yeah, that was a
scientific
professional.
article. You had to have you had to have a scientific article that a study that talks about the bones, because this is dealing with science. We're talking science. So if we're talking science, I need that scientific study that showed that the bones that were found in the Americas were of black people that were already here. I'm not going to allow you to lie, and I'm not going to allow you to make up something. You're not going to do that, Lotus. So again, you shared two sources with us, and neither one of those sources said anything that you said when you showed up. I gave you an opportunity, Lotus, and you failed. And I'm not going to allow you to control the narrative. That is simply why
You know what?
slowed it down and I said, go get the information for the shit you're talking about, because neither one of these, and I can show everybody. Let me go get the fucking book pulled up.
Yo, Sean, you know what? He said something, and that would have been the first source I dropped. If I had a source that refutes everything that you just written about the 2-year-old boy that said that all the bones was African or black people, that would have been the first source I dropped. I wouldn't have dropped nothing about no trans-Pacific slavery or any of that. I want you to see how slow these people actually are. Like, you make a claim and then you say, I have a video. Well, why you don't have the video pulled up? That should, or the source to confirm the video.
So y'all got to get y'all stuff together, abos.
No, I mean, hold on. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. Nah, because I would have held him to the same standard that they try to hold us to. And see, that's the thing. They don't like being held to the same standard because they feel like they have a story that they can make up. We have to accept their story. No, we don't. We need evidence to confirm your story. So pull up the
I'm
source.
lost because I thought, he gave us two sources. Both of them aren't talking about what he said, because this talks about the Trans-Pacific. This conversation is not about the Trans-Pacific. No one is denying a Trans-Pacific, and to the degree the Trans-Pacific is dealing specifically with motherfuckers going to Mexico. That ain't got nothing to do with the United States of America. And that's on some back end shit that you talking about in the 19th century. That ain't got nothing to do with it.
I just tossed y'all an article that ironically goes into that time frame and location, Sean, Sabio, Mika, if y'all want it. It's covering some. I want to say they was found in 1992, but they didn't start releasing this information until recently. Some of the oldest African skeletons that they found in this hemisphere.
I got that. I got the whole scientific study on that. But he didn't understand what I was asking for, because when you make the claim that the bones that they found were black people that'd been here before, what scientific study says that?
Right.
We're at the point now of we're talking science now. So now that we're talking science and we're out of the myth world, now we need evidence to substantiate where you were in this conversation regarding the claim that you just made. You made a claim. You gave me two sources so you could get on the panel and spew your lie, and then think that I'm supposed to allow you to keep talking and then avoid providing the evidence for such a claim. Like, no, bro, I'm not doing none of that shit. You gotta come with that shit, bro. I'm not letting you go all over the place. I'm not. Nah. not doing that.
Sometimes you're too damn smart, Shy. I think my statement went over the heads and the joke wasn't caught. Oldest in 1500s is
Right.
when you see African skeletons. Not
Exactly.
800,
In the
not
1500s.
not 300 BC. You don't find them until the 1500s.
And he trying to say that black people been here is this proposed argument, and he can't even do that because you don't even have the evidence for the shit. And then you just arguing for ignorance. But ain't no way I'm finna let you come up here and then misguide the conversation. Diversity and reach of the Manila slave market. Look at this says the story of the people who journeyed from the Philippines to Mexico. This shit ain't got nothing to fucking do with the United States of America.
Nope.
This ain't even got shit to do with black people arriving in the Americas.
Nope.
You talking some Philippine shit. And we all know that they backdoored some people from that way. I got the book, bro. We didn't pull this shit up and we didn't read it before. Like, nah, you're not finna send us on a mystery hunt.
But remember, part of mythomania is the obscuring of history and making up of things to make themselves, to give themselves credence and make themselves feel viable in these conversations. So as long as they can create the this essence or this aura of I don't know or you don't know, then they feel validated.
That's
It's
why I
weird.
don't talk about
It's
Cimarrones no
weird.
more, y'all. I can go all through Panama and all throughout Latin America, but I don't do it anymore because I got tired of watching them cherry pick.
Yeah, the
I never stopped
psychological,
studying that, Sean. You know, I still study that shit weekly. I just don't speak on it no more.
Yeah.
the psychological aspect is actually crazy because it has to do with their mental upbringing and their capacity, their learning abilities for real. So they try to find themselves in these conversations to sound sophisticated and intelligent, where really they don't have the capacity.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm finna pull this shit up real quick. Then after this, I'm getting the fuck off, man. I've been on here too long. I'm just trying to show people, bro. I mean, I got your book, bro. I mean, I got your source. I don't need no little clipping and then try to make it say something and then try to put down the transatlantic or deny the trans-Pacific. Like, yo, bro, that has nothing to do with it. And this author writes conclusions in every chapter, and they tell you what the fuck they're saying. General, look, the rise and fall of the trans-Pacific slave trade. Why are you wanting me to read about the rise and fall of the trans-Pacific slave trade? It has no bearing on this conversation. None of us are claiming to be Filipinos. None of us. And then that trans-Pacific slave trade had nothing to do with nothing. Look at this. This chapter examines the trans-Pacific trade during a key period of the transition for a larger slave trade to Spanish America, when slavers dealt in people from Asia and Africa. They ain't even denying the African shit. They're telling you, bro, they getting people from Asia and Africa and bringing them. They coming from the Pacific Ocean and they coming from the Atlantic. Look at it. During this transition, the Pacific remained open to individual traders, which threatened Atlantic interests. As late as 1680, the Spanish crown resisted the efforts of the Atlantic traders to shut it down because it had vested interest in maintaining some direct licensing privileges. Like, none of this has to deal with any of that. Look, the period of the trade in the Pacific in the late 1560s and 1700s indicates that the slave trade as a whole changed when the advent of the foreign asientos, monopoly companies, which work out of West Africa. In this sense, the reorganization of the slave trade and the consolidation of supply networks in the Atlantic arena led to the Africanization of slavery at the end of the 17th century. In parts, Africans became the consummate slaves in Spanish America because European companies that only traded in African slaves came to dominate the market.
Why? Hey, yo, is he stupid?
That's
Is
the
he really that
chapter.
stupid?
That's the chapter. That's the chapter.
So his own chapter body bagging him?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
His own chapter putting him in the Marianas Trench?
Bro, it's
at
like
the bottom of the Pacific Ocean?
It's stupid, bro.
Nigga, is you that stupid? You down there with you that well shit stupid, Matthew? You can't be. You can't be well shit stupid.
It's just wasted our time, bro.
Just
That's what I'm
wasted our
saying.
time.
But listen, y'all, I'm finna get the fuck up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. We're gonna catch this motherfucker Vernell live next week. And he wanna have a debate. We're gonna let him have it. And we're gonna see what he wanna do right there. We're gonna see what he
So
wanna
what y'all
do.
did? Y'all set a date or something, or you just talk?
Yeah, he talking about Friday night. All right. I'll be
Okay,
ready
let's
9
just
o'clock
see it.
Friday night. I'll
All
be
right.
ready Friday night. Nigga. Watch, I'm gonna be live and his bitch ass gonna be high somewhere ducking.
Damn.
Cause I ain't even got to prove. I ain't even got to prove that the Gullah African. We already know that they're African. He got to disprove it.
It gotta be heavy, Sean, to be.
I ain't even got to use that many sources.
These niggas gotta walk around with headaches.
I don't even need those sources. I ain't even got it. We didn't already did it, so it ain't much work for me to do. I just stay on the narrative, prove that they ain't African.
Yep, and Vino, you better not come here without no sauce.
You know
want
we
to see
is,
you
nigga.
sauce up.
Now you gonna get up and start laughing and try to say all this old stupid shit.
Cause I know how to
So
troll,
listen.
and I'll troll your stuff. Oh, y'all need to stop playing and do this.
Oh yeah. I was going back in the comments. Not a coincidence. Said I just should have showed the sermon. And you're right. You're right though. I just should have showed the sermon of 1782. It's the end of the conversation for that. But the reason that I didn't, because I wrote it in the article that I'm getting ready to drop, and it's gonna be on the same tree, different branch. That's why you see it running across the bottom of the ticker. So when Kofi drops the new magazine, then I'm gonna upload the article and everybody can get it from the website. Nah, I'm not debating Vino. I'm teaching Vino a valuable lesson. He's not debatable. You don't
He said
debate.
Friday at 9. He gonna
Yeah, you
sauce
don't
up.
debate a dumbass. You don't
No.
debate a dumbass. Like, yo,
Make sure he on the panel if he's gonna learn, and if he want to ask questions, he's able to. Well, no, I'll take.
No, I'm not going to no. There's no. There's no dialogue.
Okay.
He's gonna share his screen and he's gonna present his information. And I'm gonna shut the fuck up and let him go for 10 minutes.
I think y'all need a moderator because you know what?
Nah. Yes,
Y'all
I don't care who.
over each other.
That don't even matter.
No,
that don't even matter. That don't even matter. If somebody up here, all they doing is wait 10 minutes. When 10 minutes up, tell him his time up.
No, because I already know that he ain't gonna wait, and I already know he gonna cut you off. Because I just hear that little speech he had up here on the
how
panel.
dumb he is.
I know he can't control himself.
The sermon has nothing to do with what you're talking about when it comes to the Seminole. The sermon was for dumbass Yodi, claiming that Jesse Jackson with the African American shit. Dumbass nigga. As far as the Gullah is concerned, you're dead at it being named Gullah.
Niggas is dumb.
What you mean? I'll let you talk for 10 minutes without interrupting you. What the fuck is you talking about? If he got a source, I'm gonna let him talk. When his source is over with, I'm gonna tear his ass up. He don't have a source.
I'll say, yo, be a moderator, because I doubt.
He don't have a source that's going to say that the Gullah are not African.
Oh, we're gonna see. I want to see this. If
He's
gonna
have a source that's gonna tell you that they African.
Then you court him.
Yo, he better not be that stupid.
I'm telling you right now. And then you pull up Queen Quet. Who is Queen Quet? The conversation's over when you deal with Queen Quet. She's gonna tell you the origins of the Gullah. She's gonna tell you the origins of the Gullah from the gate. And when she tell you the origins of the Gullah from the gate, what the fuck is we talking about? But once I show you that the people leave South Carolina, enter into Georgia, leaving Georgia, go into Florida, and set up as a, I've already done that though. I did a whole
Yo,
build
Vino,
black on a Seminole. I
yo,
did a
But she
black
Vino,
will pull
Seminole.
up. Sean,
Vino,
she'll pull up.
Vino.
She's
Don't
sweet.
be
She's
that
sweet as can
stupid.
be too.
Don't be that
Vino,
stupid, Vino.
Come on, Vino.
No,
I got money on
Queen
you.
Quet, Queen Quet is Gullah. Where you think she know where her people went?
Okay, he's
She
gonna
Gullah.
show it. He's gonna have to show something.
Please do not. Don't bring up the Gullas being African, bro. Please don't be that stupid, bro. Don't beat your own self up in your own.
Hey, listen. He
No,
said,
Hey, now you gotta see her.
no, he trying to. No. He ain't trying to deal with the Gullah no more. He's trying to move from the Gullah. What he's doing now is telling you. He said she ain't Seminole, so you gonna have to prove these black people are Seminole.
Oh.
Prove the black people that migrated from South Carolina and through Georgia corridor into Florida are not Gullah. You don't want to do that because you can't. So now you want to say that these black people are Seminole. Okay, go ahead.
Oh wow. Oh
Go
wow.
ahead.
Huh?
I'm gonna tell you who the black Seminole is.
Somebody said you gotta mute him for 10 minutes. Well, that's not gonna be fair. That's why I said he need a moderator because
You who for 10 minutes?
no,
Me?
somebody said it in the chat. No, they gotta mute. I guess they talking about Vino for 10 minutes when you're doing your debate.
Oh.
Hey, Sean, can we read the first sentence of that last article before you
Yeah, hold
close out? Just the first sentence.
on. Yeah, hold on.
Niggas can't be this slow in 2025 though.
Now let them show they self, cause then everybody gonna see who's who. You know.
Nah,
I'm trying not to pick no side.
listen. No. I'm gonna let somebody up. But what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna just tell you right now, when he goes, I'm gonna put myself in the back and take myself off the stream.
Okay.
And for 10 minutes. And then when that person say the 10 minutes is up, I'm gonna add myself back, and I don't give a fuck what he's saying. I'm gonna put his ass in the back. And then I'm gonna go. And if he fucked up and he showed the wrong shit, then I ain't even gonna speak the rest of the time about what I want to show. I'm just gonna show you the facts.
Okay, that sounds good.
I'm telling you right now, I don't even respect nothing about him. I ain't even put no slides or nothing together. Why I'm finna do all of that when I've already done all of that? I'm not presenting no information.
But you say you're not submitting no information?
No, I'm not presenting.
Oh, you're not.
I mean, I'm gonna have information.
Okay. That got it.
So Afro-Seminole Creole is a dialect of Gullah spoken by Black Seminoles in scattered communities in Oklahoma, Texas, and northern Mexico.
He said how many
That's
rounds?
it.
Is a dialect of what, Sean?
Gullah. That's why I kept saying it, bro.
How many rounds you need, Sean?
Hold on, Mika. Hold on.
I don't need
Let's
no
drive this
round.
in.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, Mika. You jump into the future. Let's stay right here.
Yeah. I don't need no rounds. What you mean? The conversation was already over before it started.
Afro-Seminole is a dialect of what, Mika?
Gullah. Conversation over.
So they speaking what?
Gullah.
How they not gonna be Gullah if they speaking Gullah?
Exactly.
In Oklahoma, Vino. Do we need to pull the primary of the sister speaking in modern day since you don't want something like it just gets redundant? Can't save everybody, y'all.
Nah, I ain't even trying to.
What primal sauce do he need? He keep talking about. What?
God.
He ain't got one. He ain't got one. Well, I mean, why we tripping? Why we acting like he don't know? First of all, he don't even know what a primary source is. That's first, right? Secondly, how can he determine if he's got the primary if he don't know what a primary source is? So no, we don't have to play any games. What do you want? He want 2 or 3 rounds to embarrass himself? That's on him.
He only embarrassing himself. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else gonna see. All his people gonna see it. They gonna know.
He ain't got no people. What are you talking about?
He don't got no people. Okay.
No, this nigga got
rolling by himself.
This nigga got 3 views.
All them 3 viewers, you gonna disappoint, bro.
Nah, one of them 3 viewers is his other page and Honey Clark in the chat about the bar recovered.
Damn. Maybe she could help you, you know?
She ain't gonna help him.
Y'all could team up.
Nah, she ain't gonna team up with him on some shit like that because she gonna tell him that he's stupid for even trying to argue this shit.
Well, we know he's stupid.
This nigga gonna do like Santa Claus and never show up, Sean. Damn sure ain't gonna bring no bag with him.
Yo,
Somebody
Vino,
said 2
if you
rounds.
don't show up,
Melanated said 2 rounds.
2 rounds, probably that's all you need too. 2
He
rounds.
said he already crushed this. So that's what I'm saying. The irony of this dude saying that he crushed something. Like, you really listen. Afro-Seminole Creole was first identified in 1978 by Hancock, a linguist at the University of Texas. Before that, no one in the academic world was aware of its existence. You see that? Like, the conversation is over before it even starts.
What you gonna show, Vino?
You see why Opella said had he only known he wouldn't have had to go around the world to study? He could have
For
just stayed in his
14
home state.
years.
And could it be that because the Black Seminoles stayed separate from the natives and kept what they could of their culture alive and stayed isolated, like the story tells, over and over and over again? Then you add in Jim Crow and us going through the bullshit just based off of our skin tone. You see how they remain isolated in that small ass town in Wewoka?
What you mean you up already? What that mean?
Yo, don't read into that. He has what's one of those? What's that complex where motherfuckers be wrong but thinking they be right as fuck? What's the name of that shit?
Dunning-Kruger?
Yeah.
Dunning-Kruger. Yeah.
He know more than he think he does.
Right.
All the biases are shown in these people. When you look at the cognitive dissonance chart, you see all the biases that is outlined. You see the hiding, the burying, their head in the sand, the denial of evidence, the confirmation bias, the group think, all that. You see all that. You see it's crazy how you can actually, when you start psychoanalyzing and looking at them and breaking it down, you can see all that and see how they can suffer from Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, but you know, it is what it is.
You a straight mental patient. Yep.
Yeah, I'm Friday. Yeah, Friday at 9, bro. I'm home.
Yeah, Friday at night. I'm gonna schedule.
I ain't home. Yeah, 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 Central, East Central time.
No running.
What we need to be doing is sending these young men and women to betterhelp.com so they can get some psychological evaluation.
This motherfucker said betterhelp.com. Yo, this thing's crazy.
Well, you gonna learn.
Can't make this shit up.
If not, he gonna learn. Somebody else gonna see it and learn. Cause you know.
Yo, Sean, am I wrong?
Nah, you're not wrong at all, bro. Like he's definitely cooked. And And that's what I'm saying. Like you really wasting people time, bro, because you can't even get around the wiki article. I mean, at the end of the day, you could try to like defame the wiki article or say whatever you want to say about it, but it's not the only thing that's saying it. If you go back and you look at any of the sources regarding the people, you're going to run into a problem on how these people call themselves, what they call themselves. And you're going to run into a bigger issue. And I'm telling you right now, if I wanted to be a sarcastic motherfucker, all I got to do is bring up the wiki article. You can't get around any wiki article, period, point blank.
Yeah. Study. You better be doing some studying, man. He just gave you, a clue. So you better be on it.
And I ain't even saying that I'm going to go in that direction.
But it's not about studying. It's not about being factual and presenting factual information. It's about being heard and getting attention.
Yeah.
It's not whether or not he still can't comprehend the ability to argue does not equate to a reason to argue.
Right.
He can't discern that. That's why there's more questions than presentation on their side. Because if I can question you to death, then I'm intelligent enough to have the conversation
No, you're
in their
not.
minds.
No, you're not. That just means you don't know what you're talking about, and you're looking for another question or a way to pigeonhole what you've learned or what you believe into the conversation. That's all that actually means, Lyle.
As long as he know the topic. He know the topic.
And you have some talking points that you've learned, you've overheard, and you've probably read, and you accepted, and you've been able to finesse or manipulate to your thinking. So now you can have an argument. So
I'm gonna be sarcastic. I'm finna tell y'all right now, I'm finna be sarcastic. That's why I said that I ain't put no slides together, because it does not require me to go in depth and do this like it's a regular lecture.
Okay, so wait a minute. So you're gonna be talking for 10 minutes?
Yeah, I ain't even gonna be talking for 10 minutes.
Okay.
He gonna have 10 minutes. I don't need 10 minutes. Either round. So he can have it be 3 rounds. He gonna be doing way more explaining than me.
Sean said, "Give me 4.5." Over.
I don't need 4. I don't need 4.5.
Damn, that's too long.
But we gotta listen to him talk for 10 minutes, Sean.
You gonna listen to him talk for 30 minutes?
Oh Lord.
I don't think he got it in him to articulate that long.
I'm finna tell you right
he gonna
now.
burn out. 3 minutes max. He gonna burn out.
I'm finna tell you right now. I ain't gonna be 10 minutes around. No, I don't have the patience for that. So I'm going
we have to
going
hear
straight.
it in the
Listen to me.
Sean.
No. I'm going straight. I'm going straight to the point. Once I make the point one time, I'm going to reiterate it the second time. I'm probably going to spend more time. I don't give a fuck if he's in the chat listening. I'm going to spend more of my 10 minutes refuting his information than presenting my own. Because once I present mine, once I do that, it's done. The conversation is over. I'm not going to keep repeating myself for the next two or three rounds, proving something. I'm going to prove it really quickly, and then I'm going to move the fuck on, and then I'm going to just be rebuttaling the rest of this shit. Because he won't be able to do it to me, what I'm going to do to him. I am going to embarrass him on purpose. I'm going to play your game long enough, and you better not duck.
Hey, you better not run. Don't do a Chris. That's something. You better not run during the debate, okay?
He looked better not showing up. He looked better keeping his bitch ass in the chat. Straight up, making it up.
If it's on source gonna kill him, then it's done.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I ain't gotta go no further than what I need to go. I don't gotta deal with none of that crazy shit. I'm not. Y'all heard what he said. I might want to just run back what he said, just so he can't run away from what he said.
Exactly.
Everyone knows that he said that the Gullah are not the Seminoles, and that the Black Seminoles are not people of African descent. He said it. So I ain't, I can clip this last little piece up and play it back, but I don't need to clip it up.
Well, people might want proof. Actually, you got to remember.
No, he's going first. He's gonna prove. Remember, that's what he's arguing. So I don't need to clip up nothing. That's what he's arguing. I'm gonna hit you with one of the most elementary sources in the world. That's how I'm gonna talk to you like you in the 1st or 2nd grade, nigga. But let me get the fuck up out of here, y'all.
All right, Sean.
Yeah, late.
Yeah.
Okay, Friday at 9 p.m.
Friday at 10 p.m. your time, because you be at work.
Okay, 10 p.m.
Yeah, 10 p.m. your time.
All right.
We had somebody up here, melanated, somebody be hopping up here trying to moderate. It's gonna be a female.
Okay.
And then if y'all want a question and answer period, it'll be there.
All right. That's what's up.
I'll catch y'all later.
All right.
Peace out.
Peace, y'all.
Yeah. Beat your ass up.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, bro. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? When people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you whereabouts from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend, I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.